This is the Londonderry Town Council meeting for Monday, June 15, 2026. Everyone, please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone can please remain standing. Dan has a few words.
Thursday evening, unfortunately, one of our officers was involved in an accident and got injured, seriously injured. I want everybody to keep in mind our men and women who respond to all these emergencies and trying to help people. They're also risking their lives as well. Officer Dyer was a member of the police, is a member of the Londonderry Police Department for 25 years. And our prayers go out to him, and I want to thank our community for supporting him as well. Thank you.
Thank you. First up tonight, we have a proclamation for Christine Campbell. Councilor Faber.
So whereas Christy Campbell has faithfully served the town of Londonderry as a clerk assistant for 22 years, demonstrating professionalism, dedication, and commitment in the performance of her duties. And whereas throughout her tenure with the town, Christy contributed significantly to the quality of public service and the continued success of the town's operations and programs. And whereas Christy earned the respect and appreciation of colleagues, elected officials, and residents through her integrity, teamwork, leadership, and commitment to the community. And whereas the town of Londonderry is grateful for Christie's years of service and the positive impact she made on the organization and the community as a whole. Now therefore be it resolved by the Londonderry Town Council of the town of Londonderry hereby extends its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Christy Campbell for her dedicated service to the town and wishes her continued success, happiness, and fulfillment in her future endeavors.
Thank you. Up next, Councilor Bouchard has a proclamation for Kelly Karen.
Resolution 2026-05, a resolution relative to the recognition of Kelly Karen for dedicated service to the town of Londonderry. Whereas Kelly Karen has faithfully served the town of Londonderry as Deputy Town Manager and Director of Planning and Economic Development for 4 years, demonstrating professionalism, dedication, and commitment to the performance of her duties. And whereas throughout her tenure with the town, Kelly contributed significantly to the delivery of quality public service and the continued success of the town's operation and programs. And whereas Kelly earned the respect and appreciation of colleagues, elected officials, and residents through her integrity, teamwork, leadership, and commitment to the community. And whereas the town of Londonderry is grateful for Kelly's years of service and the positive impact she made on the organization and the community as a whole. Now therefore be it resolved by the Town Council of the town of Londonderry hereby extends its sincere appreciation and gratitude to Kelly Karen for her dedicated service for the town and wishes her continued success, happiness, and fulfillment in her future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you. Up next, Councilor Combs has a proclamation from McKenna Duffy.
Yes, thank you. This is a resolution recognizing and congratulating McKenna Duffy upon her high school graduation and expressing appreciation for her service as an intern for the town of Londonderry. Whereas McKenna Duffy has served as an intern with the town of Londonderry, contributing her time and positive attitude in support of town operations. And whereas during her internship, McKenna has demonstrated curiosity and a willingness to learn, which have made her a valued member of the town's workplace. And whereas McKenna's assistance has supported the important day-to-day work of municipal government and has been appreciated by town staff and those who have had the opportunity to work with her. And whereas McKenna has recently graduated from high school, marking an important milestone and the beginning of an exciting new chapter in her life. And whereas the town wishes to recognize McKenna not only for her accomplishments as a student, but also as her contributions to the town and her commitment to learning more about public service and local government. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council of the Londonderry hereby congratulate McKenna Duffy on her high school graduation and expresses sincere appreciation for her service, dedication, and contributions as an intern. Be it further resolved that the town extends its best wishes to McKenna for continued success in her education, career, and future endeavors. Congratulations, McKenna.
Thank you. All right, awesome. Everybody smile. Do one more there. All right, awesome. Thank you. I'll send it to you.
All right. With that, I will open public comment. Good evening.
Glenn Douglas, 6 Overlook Ave. The last town council meeting, it was stated that questions asked at public comment would be answered at the end of the meeting. It was asked at the end of the meeting if the questions asked during public comment would be answered, and the response was, well, if we can, and if they weren't answered during public comment, they would be answered at the beginning of the next meeting. We're at the beginning of the next meeting. I was curious if those questions were going to be answered.
What specific question did you have, Glenn?
It was also stated that Councilor Faber would write down the questions and he would answer them. So you guys have the questions.
Okay.
So are you going to answer them?
I will answer them, but I can't at the moment.
Okay. Continuing pattern of not answering questions. Couple more. During the budget discussion last meeting, it was mentioned about a 14% spike. I had emailed the town council chair and asked what this 14% spike was. Was it an increase in taxes? And if so, when would it be effective? I got no response. I actually emailed twice. I also emailed asking about the consent agenda tonight. There's 2 engagement letters that are listed. One is attached, the other is not. I asked the town council chair why. I got no response. Dan Bouchard did respond and said, well, he asked that same question. So I guess my follow-up question on that is, how do you vote on something that people might potentially have never seen? The last one was another email question that went unanswered to the town clerk about the dog registrations. It was brought to my attention that police officers, which has been corrected to the animal control officer, visits houses to deliver mailers to anyone that hasn't registered their dog. And I asked why during this time of exceptionally high fuel prices, we're driving a mailer to individual houses for a dog that might not be in their possession, might have passed away, or they just chose to move out of town. Seems like a waste of resources, even though it was stated that the animal control officer had free time. I'm not sure why we drive around. I know I don't drive as much as I used to because I don't want to have to pay $70 or $80 at the pump every other week or every week. So those are my questions. That's it.
Thank you.
Mr.
Anybody?
Chair, can I answer one of his questions?
Sure.
At the last meeting, Mr. Esty came up and asked how much the town paid for legal fees against Counselor Paul's accusations against her in the investigation. That total was $8,692.97. They were all unfounded.
Anybody else in public comment?
I'm going to sit, you have to bear with me, my printer didn't work.
Good evening, Christine.
Good evening. Christine Perez, 5 Wesley Drive, Londonderry, New Hampshire. I have submitted my name again to run as your state representative. It will be my honor to serve for a 3rd term representing and working for the town as well as the schools of Londonderry. My goal for my constituents is to represent them and work with both true Republicans and Democrats to obtain the needs for this town. Wait a minute, bear with me. I do not always agree with leadership. I do what is best for the town and for the schools. I have learned over the past years how easy it is to be fooled by wolves in sheep's clothing. Mark my word, I am not one of the wolves. I am a true Republican and a patriot. I have no need to pretend that I am something that I am not to be elected. I recognize these individuals and their extreme agenda, and I will not be influenced, and you will always know exactly where I stand on every bill. I believe in local control, in spite of being told that we are a Dillon Rule state and not a local control state by the Speaker of the House. I believe in public schools, I believe in local zoning laws, and I believe that the people in the town have the right to decide what they want for their town. I know that in a state with municipalities ranging from 43 residents to 115,000 residents, that one size does not fit all. Not now, and I never have had any financial, personal, or political agenda. I respectfully ask for the town's support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. First up tonight, I will accept a motion to accept the resignation. We have a resignation of Patrice Ruff Burbine of the Recreation Commission.
So moved.
I have a
Second.
motion from Sean, a second from Ted. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0. Patrice, thank you for your service. Up next, we have interview for the planning board. Is Brent here? Come on up, sir. Brent, as we have in the past, we'll give you a chance to say a few words and then see if the council has any questions for you.
My name is Brent Lascawa, and I am looking to possibly join the planning board here in Londonderry, New Hampshire. Londonderry has been a town that I've grown up in, been here for 34 years. I've seen it grow from 102 being 2 lanes to now 8 lanes wide. I've seen it grow from 10,000 to roughly 30,000 people. And I have expressed my interest in staying in this town and continuing to start my family when that time comes. I've always loved this town and what it brings to the community. I was previously on the zoning board for the town of Derry. I just resigned because I decided to rent out that entire property to become an investment opportunity for me, and I relocated to here in Londonderry. back where my roots are. And during that time, I decided also to pursue a master's degree in finance. So in regards to numbers, I do want to get more on budgeting and whatnot down the road. I want to progress my way up, higher up, potentially higher than a planning board. But I know I need to put my foot in somewhere, become an alternate, work my way up to the ranks in due time and build connections with the people in the town. So that's what I have for you.
Excellent. Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Deb, you always have.
Have you gone to any planning board meetings?
I have been to every planning board meeting this year.
Really? And do you have, I noticed you have a background in, you said investments and real estate?
Yes,
Is that correct?
I just obtained my real estate in the process of getting the license. I passed all the tests. I'm going to be a salesperson as well.
Do you see a conflict of interest there?
I do not.
Can I ask why? Why you don't see the conflict? I mean, you're going to be working with developers, and these could be potential investments for you, so.
Can I ask why it wouldn't be a conflict of interest for Giovanni Verani, who's also on the board?
He is a ex officio.
Okay.
Sitting in for a town position.
No, that's fully respectful of a question, and I feel like I can put
And
my
I
personal...
wasn't on the council when he got elected.
What's that? That's fine. No, I feel like I can put my emotional beings aside and do what's best for the town and not intertwine any of my personal agenda with anything in regards to what is best for this town of Londonderry, as I've seen it grow for 34 years.
It's just a difficult board to jump into.
Any
Okay.
other questions? What do we want to do?
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Brad. Oh. Lyskawa?
Liskawa, yes.
Lyskawa, as a 2-year alternate position of the planning board expiring December 2027.
I have a motion from Sean,
Second.
a second from Ted. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm just going to abstain.
I'm going to
I just
abstain.
don't know enough about him.
Chair votes in the affirmative, 4-0. Counselor Paul abstained.
I abstained also.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't hear. Sorry.
To
It'll
abstain.
be 3-0. Dan and Paul both, Counselor Bouchard and Counselor Paul both abstained.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I didn't hear you, Dan. so you say it a little louder.
Okay.
All right. Up next, we have a public hearing to get input on the 2027-2029 strategic plan. Do you want to start with a few words, or want to start with?
Sure.
Okay.
The strategic, I just want to remind everybody, the strategic plan process began last July 2025 when the town council directed the town manager to begin work and develop a strategic plan for the town of Londonderry, moving forward, starting with the fiscal year 2027. And so over the course of the past year, the town staff has met with different departments, multiple boards and committees, and held 3 different public engagement workshops, as well as offered the opportunity for the public to comment online or in person on what they believe that the strategic priorities for the town of Londonderry should be. And so the draft, and we've also discussed this at 2 town council workshops on April 13th and April 22nd. And then it's been on the agenda for the past 3 town council meetings as well. So the objectives, the action items and KPIs on this plan have come from the residents and the departments and the boards serving this town, and it's from their input that this plan was assembled. So at this point, we hope to get any more input from the council and the board, the council and the public. And we're hoping that you opt to move forward and support, and it becomes your strategic plan after.
So I will,
So we go to the public hearing.
yep, I'm going to accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Sean, second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0. Anyone from the public wish to comment on the strategic plan? Come up to the mic. Seeing none, I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, there was somebody getting up.
Okay.
Sorry,
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. Come on, yeah. No, you're good. Thank you, Martha.
Martha Smith, 38 Chester Drive. And I would just like to say that I'm in favor of this. I think that I commend the new town manager for making strides with this. I think to have a plan, to have policies that are in place that everybody can follow is a great idea. I think it should be a working document that you keep looking at and changing as the need comes up. But I think to have a plan that everybody knows about and we're following to get our town back on track. That's how I see this. So I just want to speak in support of the strategic plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Good evening, Bob.
Evening. Bob Slater, One Stonehenge Road. There's a lot to this strategic plan. It's going to take some time to implement, a lot of direction by the town. I attended one of the morning sessions that the town manager had put on, well attended by local businesses. And my main reason was to make sure that the school has a voice and to be part of this, because that's I think would be a good factor with what we've got in place at the school district to incorporate it into the town side as well. And I think it would be beneficial that the school is big participation in this strategic plan. And we implemented ours 4 or 5 years ago and got our business in order, and that's basically what strategic plan is going to do. And I think with the town and the school working together and sharing some of the ideas we have on our side with our population and our budget wise and the town on their side, we're working very well together. So I really think this will be beneficial for the town with the school as a big big part of this too. So I just want to express that to you guys too. Thank you.
Bob. Anyone else on the strategic plan? All right, I'll accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Dan,
Second.
second from Deb.
It
All
was actually
those
Ted.
Oh, I heard, okay,
fine.
said.
I don't care.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right, back on us. What do we want to do?
I actually have some edits that Kirsten, I've emailed over to you. If you can access your email, be able to put up onto the screen for everyone to see.
I can't actually get into my email on this computer.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not, it's not linked. This computer is the same one that you guys have.
Okay.
Is there a way to put it in the network folder?
I can try and get it over there. It's going to be a minute, though.
Okay. So, only reason, so I have some edits and some constricting down of some of the items and the tasks, as I feel like there's a lot for us to chew off in the first time going around for this, and as well with some staff members being down in different departments around town hall. I think that maybe streamlining part of this and condensing it down would be good for our first go around. And it's a lot to chew off within the first year to 2 years, and I think that we should, some of the items, once you see it, it'll make more sense.
Well, I personally think, we've talked about this for a long time now. Everybody has given inputs. I thank you for sending me your changes, which I'm sure they're going to make, and I told you how I felt about them.
Good.
Just so everyone knows, Ron had 4 changes. I had requested publicly at a town council meeting that he share them, and he did. And I went through them and I responded. Just so you know, they were B1, E2, F1, and F2. I agreed with one.
Yep.
And that was the B1. But the other ones I could take or leave. It wasn't a big deal, but I gave him my 2 cents on it. I feel that we're pushing this and pushing this and pushing this off. And as it Kirsten said, it's going to be a living document. It's changing. We've had now public hearings, we've had public input, everybody's had opportunities to make changes. I would hate to start all over again. And so for me, I would like to push it forward with your changes in it and just move forward. And then if we need to go back and revise something, then we go back and revise something. But this has been going on since what, November?
I'm not sure
Yeah, I don't think anyone's proposing not pushing it forward. I also don't think, we've been talking about approving this since probably April. Yeah, we've been in long-term building of this for
Yeah, since
probably before November.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I agree with you. I just want to see it, something move forward.
Yeah,
Yeah. I just want Counselor Combs to have his
yeah, I'm just waiting
input.
to see what he's.
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea.
You're pulling it up on there.
So Ted,
No.
just so I'm clear on this, the changes on this, are they indicated in any way as red lines or anything like that? Or
No.
what am I looking for when I
No,
go
it's
through
just,
this?
it's been shortened down and condensed. There's been items that have been removed.
So is all the text new, or? I guess I just want to be clear.
I
what
would
I'm-
say it's a, large parts of it would be either new document and or just items deleted off of it compared to what was presented before.
So, Ron,
Yeah.
if we change anything, does that mean we'd have to have another public hearing?
I don't think this requires a public hearing. I think we did a public hearing to get public input.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's something that requires a public hearing.
Again,
Let's have
I gotta see what this
let's
is
have
first.
Counselor Combs go through it and we'll discuss it. You pulling it up on there?
No, it's
Oh,
not in the
okay.
folder.
All right.
So is it
It
in
is,
a?
it is in the folder now. It might take longer to populate on your computers, but if you go under
June 10th?
June 15th, so if you go, you should be in there right now.
It's there now.
And it's the bottom, it's Strategic Plan 1. That was the name that Counselor Combs saved it under, so you should be able to open it there.
Find it.
I'm going to see if I can do this to tile it.
So CC 2026 Town Council 15th, there it is.
I can look it on yours if you want to. And Deb, help Deb pull it
Yeah,
up.
I
I
can
can't
help you.
figure out.
Yeah,
what
just
it
so
is.
she can, yeah.
is it? It's just this.
It's very
Yeah.
last minute
You
after
have-
she
yeah,
shared
you
it with
have-
everybody.
Well, nothing specific. So what are we looking
Scroll
for?
to the first page of the, yeah, that's where he's at. Yeah, right there.
This one?
No, one more page. He's right there.
This one?
Yeah, that's where she's at right now. Does everyone have it pulled up?
It's got
Yep.
the page numbers on the bottom. So.
All right.
Whoa, whoa.
You want to continue, Ted? Everyone has it pulled up now.
Yeah, just trying to pull up the other document as well at the same time to do a comparison.
Can I ask, when did you email this out to just one person? Was
I
that,
just sent it to Kirsten now.
you just sent it now?
Yes.
Why did you wait last
So
minute?
I would suggest that, we have no idea what we're looking at. Staff should look at it, boards and committees, the public has no idea, they can't even see it, I mean, unless you can squint your eyes and see this. And we just got it literally now before the public hearing, and it started on July 21st of 2025. Perhaps maybe, hate to delay it again, but give us a chance to look it over.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of changes we have in here, how many there are.
That is the strategy.
I mean, this is a working document. So
Stan, you can
I
move it
mean,
forward and go back and
I
make
think we can
changes.
move forward tonight, and we can always bring it back later and say, let's tweak it or something.
Can
But-
we stop the
Explain to
Yeah.
chatter, please? I'm trying to
Explain
hear
to her.
Dan.
Huh?
You
So-
have to wait, sorry.
I mean, that would be my thought, is that we move this forward tonight. A lot of time has been put into this. A lot of work has been put into this. And it's a working document that can be changed as we move forward. I think it's been very clear, town manager has said it, in the past, in some of these hearings, you know, it was questioned, well, what if we don't, you know, reach that mark? Well, then we don't reach it, and we're going to tweak it, and we're going to change things. So,
I think.
Can
Yeah, good.
Oh, I was just asking.
No.
So I guess my thought on it is, and I haven't got an opportunity to look through this, and I think getting to look through it would be good. But I do think the other one was weighty. I do think that going through this process, we've never been through this process before, and that's my hard challenge with it. Is I do appreciate time taken to kind of let's make it a little smaller, see what it can do, see how the process works. Because I honestly don't know, and I don't think we went over this very well. What's the next step from here? What happens? So we can say it's a living document, but I have pause of kicking off something large right away. I guess if we're going to improve something, I'd rather improve a smaller version of it, and we can add stuff back in than approve. Because I don't necessarily feel the need to wait either. But if we're going to approve one of them, I'd approve the smaller one and then add stuff back in, rather than improve the larger one and then take stuff back out, because we're going down a road where do we start on everything? At least with the smaller one, we know we can start on everything there.
but we don't know what the smaller one is, Sean.
Right.
No, I know, that's part of my point. I'm saying if
that's
we
the
do.
point.
I'm not saying we should or shouldn't. I'm saying if we approve one,
Yeah.
we should approve the smaller one, but that's only if we approve one to move it. I don't
I
know.
just don't understand, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
May I speak to Ted?
Yeah, please.
All right,
this
Ted, I
is
don't
no
understand why
conversation.
you waited till like now. You made no changes to this document all along. It's been
made
over
changes.
almost a year. Yeah, he
Hasn't
did.
been
He
a
added
year.
economic
But-
development.
It hasn't
He
been a
did
year,
added,
but-
you added economic development.
It wasn't a year. We've been going over this for, what, 3 meetings?
This started in July of 2025. This is 26, right? Am I in the right year?
Yeah, we started in
But
July
Debbie, just
2025.
to, not to speak for Ted, but I think if we're gonna make changes, now's his last chance, right? So like, he should make changes
But
now or not
yes,
make
but
them at
my
all.
point is, Ron,
Yeah, no,
he had been working on it.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if an email went out to everyone, a heads up, hey, I've been working on it. Here's a draft of it. Anybody got anything to say or something? So at least we could have read it before the meeting. I mean,
Well, I can't send it out to all 5 of us because that would
no, it's not, Ted. Don't pull that
You
card.
could.
That's not true.
All right.
It's only a quorum and a violation of 91A if we all respond. So if you said, hey, council, this is informational only, please read it. This is what I'm presenting. Do not respond to this email. You can do that, and that is not a violation of 91A. And I'm getting tired of
Okay.
people playing the 91A card to
Right.
protect themselves.
I can't fault somebody for being careful in the times that.
He should know. He's been a council for a long time.
Well, someone asked for
I just
my
think that
comments. These are
if
my
it-
comments. These
if
are
there's
my
anybody
edits.
else, I wanna respect his opinion. Why don't we at least go through it and see what he has to say? I mean, we're here. Why don't we go through his changes and?
Do we want? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Why don't we hear what he has to, hear what Ted has to say, right? I mean, let's.
I just think it should have been,
Document, Ron.
this is, a
You can't look at both at the same time.
I mean,
yeah, this is
at
just,
least hear what Ted has to say, and you don't have to vote on it tonight, but at least let him hear what he has to say. You know?
Nothing
I
gets
don't know,
done.
if we're not gonna vote on it, rather than having someone read it to me, we could read it. If we're gonna vote on it, then yeah, I need to hear what it is. But if we're not, I don't need to hear it read to me, so I can read it again myself.
Okay. Well, I think we need to discuss it.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
right? Like,
But how
Mr.
can you
Chair,
if
but
you
you-
don't have the two documents to contrast each other?
right, and Mr. Chair,
we all have the document in front of us, right?
You can
We all have
the-
the original in front of us.
So we gotta read both documents at the same, there's no red line. I don't know what was changed, what wasn't changed.
You can see both.
All right, then
We'll
let's
have
go
two
through it.
documents at the
I
same
have,
time.
Let's do it.
Mr. Chair, just for a point of clarification, you said that this is his last chance to make changes.
this
But
is his last chance.
But it really isn't, because if we implement this, all right, it's a working document, we can still make changes down the road. So, for example, if the town manager came in and said, you know, this department right now, because of, you know, staffing, we're not going to be able to accomplish that, all right? But at least the other stuff can move forward. So it's not your last bite at the apple.
Let me ask the question, because Sean's been through this process before. Can we make changes after the fact? I just want to confirm, because we sometimes throw things around up here.
You absolutely can.
Okay.
But my recommendation is that, I don't know how extensive these changes are, These folks don't know what we're approving for them. Staff does not know what you're approving for them, and the boards and committees don't know. I mean, I don't know how extensive these changes are. It's not wise to make such big decisions with changes at the very last minute without time to analyze those and think them through. I would suggest that if we're going to do this, you delay it. It's better to do it right and then have a chance to read it over and then ask him questions of what he's proposing to do. Again, I don't know how extensive these changes are in here. There's no way for us to tell until we look at them side by side and do a methodical process.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move forward on what we have now, and then, you know, we can look at Ted's things later and,
This is like
and
half
review it
completed.
Yeah,
if we have to make changes. So I'll make a motion.
Okay, I have a motion from Dan,
I'll
but
move that-
I feel like we need to
Well,
discuss this before we move forward with something that we don't all feel comfortable with.
well,
Because I know there's,
the document that I'm looking at is, and the motion I'm going to make is the document that we've all been working on, that the public is aware of. So I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves the 2027 to 2029 strategic plan and directs the town manager to begin implementation of the plan. That's my motion.
okay.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Dan and a second from Deb, and discussion is, I am in favor of the strategic plan. I want to hear what Ted has to say. There's 4 things that I emailed the counselor that I wanted out of this document to change tonight. So I will not be approving this document as written, as your motion states right now. I will not be approving it. I do want to approve a strategic plan for this town, but I don't want to be forced into it.
So,
I want to
Mr.
hear what all the councils have to say, and I had my own input that I put in there.
So, Mr. Chair, when you said you had 4 issues
Mhm.
and you sent it to all of us,
I sent it to Deb, 'cause she was the only one that asked me.
I got it.
Okay.
And, you know, so we got to review it. So, I mean, this is, to me, last minute, trying to torpedo this program. That's my opinion.
I am not
You
trying to
can laugh,
torpedo
Ted,
it.
all you want.
I support the program.
Try to
That's
as
how it
well.
Please, good. Hold on. Sean and then Ted.
Okay.
Sean.
So I think it's an unfair mischaracterization of trying to torpedo it. In the end of the day, this is the council's strategic plan. We're trying to get it right. If changes come up, changes come up. I'd rather do this right in the first time through than to just ram something through because you just want like something that's sitting on the paper. Let's take a look at it, figure out what we should do, get it right. We're going through this long process. This involves strategy over years. Okay, one more meeting. It's better than getting it wrong and going over years and doing it wrong.
Ted.
And I guess at this point, I'll just table it till the next meeting then, if everyone wants more time to review it.
This is why nothing gets done in this town.
I'd
Because it
rather
doesn't
have
happen in
something
2
that's
weeks.
actually going to be reviewed and
2
concise
weeks, gonna be
instead of
another
being
2 weeks,
ignored.
and another 2 weeks.
So
Yeah.
I'll take councilor privilege and table it to the next meeting then.
Okay, let the record show that Councilor Combe has invoked councilor privilege.
Just one thing, Chair, I would just ask that you consider July 20th, the 6th is pretty packed.
Okay.
That would give you a little bit more time.
But the councilor has to
He's
vote
gotta
on that,
take his
because he has to
council
think,
privilege back,
okay.
'cause that would
I know.
have to be the
Okay.
next meeting.
But otherwise, it automatically goes to the
So-
6th, and it's already packed, so.
So do we
right
need
now-
a vote or consensus?
Well, he would need to withdraw his council
Okay.
privilege, and then, so just, right now, there's only one item on the agenda for the 20th, so that
Okay.
would be a good night to spend some time. You would have more time to think about it. If, again, like Council Faber said, it's better to do this right, this is a big thing,
Okay.
than to try to rush it. And that way, we can take your changes,
Yep.
we can draft something up with your proposed changes, we can draft something up with his proposed changes, show the difference between what was proposed there before. We can get it out to staff, we can get it out to boards and committees, and the general public can have a chance to look at it and provide comment on it. I think that's a better product I would suggest for you if you would do it in that fashion. But he'd have to withdraw his council
So if-
privilege.
If
Mr.
Councilor
Chair, I
Combs
will
withdraws
rescind
his,
my
his,
councilor privilege for the next
the ca-
meeting
with the
and
board-
request that we move this discussion to July 20th.
I'm
that-
open to that. I would like to see, because I didn't see your 4 changes. either.
Okay.
So I'd like to see those. and
Okay.
Take a look at his, so.
And I will send you my responses as to what I
Yeah,
said.
that'd be
Yeah.
good. Just, yeah, I didn't see any of
But
that.
just
So-
be careful, do not do that, because
Just
that.
don't
Yeah.
respond.
That violates 91A.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
get us the changes. We will
Yep.
draft up new documents. We'll send it out to everybody. We'll publicize it to the public, boards and committees, and they can all, that gives them more time to provide comment if they wish to do so.
okay. So I will accept a motion to move this to
July 20th.
July 20th.
Do we need a motion to move it to July 20th?
I think we need a vote.
Well,
'Cause he
might
just,
as
he
well.
just, he just
Yeah,
withdraw
that's
his.
fine. That's so moved.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Ted. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm
Opposed.
opposed.
Dan, Counselor Bouchard, and Counselor Paul opposed. Chair votes in the affirmative. We'll move this to the 20th.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
May I request that we get a red line copy of this? Have Ted, he sent it to Kirsten, have those guys send it to us, so we can actually, like, I was
Is-
just going, I mean, there is a lot taken out.
Let me ask you, is it possible to redline it, or?
We can do that.
Okay,
We
okay,
don't-
perfect, okay.
that way he
There is
doesn't
a
have to-
lot eliminated.
Okay,
Get yours, like I said, and if you provide us with yours, and
Yep.
we already have what he's proposed.
Absolutely.
We can show you the comparison documents.
all right. All right, up next, receive public input and discuss and accept unanticipated revenue from the Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substantive Abuse Site-Based Program. Captain Allen, come on up. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm here with Detective Wrights. She's going to go up as well. She's our COSUP officer, so she'll answer any questions you have.
Excellent.
Essentially, we have a grant ongoing that funds Detective Wright's position, and we're asking for additional funds for a hidden in plain sight trailer that's going to be covered by the grant fully. So any questions you have, be happy to answer.
Any questions from the council?
Can you tell me what kind of programs you're initiating with this, and how this van will be used, what it will do to help with the problem, please?
Yeah, so I can show you a picture too if that's helpful. Can we see it?
Sure. I can't see anything. You wait, you'll be old. You'll
So basically, it's just a big trailer that will have a mock bedroom in it, like a teenager probably mock bedroom, where parents can come and walk through it and see where kids like kind of trending drugs, what they look like, where they're usually hidden, go over what hides look like, just kind of things that are trending right now. Just to help prevention and things like that. So if we have like drug take back day, school events, parent-teacher conference, touch a truck, just any kind of event we can bring it to and make awareness.
Okay, will you be bringing it to organizations like the Y or like that for those kids to come, or maybe some churches, youth programs that are in town that we have?
Potentially, it's more for the parents though, because I don't want to give the
But that's
kids
what
any
I'm saying,
ideas.
but the parents are at the.
Yep, wherever parents
the kids
are.
there.
Yeah.
Kind of, it kind of reminds me of the fire truck, you know, when they teach you how to have your fire detectors, what it's like, where to
Right,
put
yeah.
things, and
Same idea, yeah.
You'd be visiting like the PTA groups and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
like that.
to
Yes, yep.
Try to educate.
Yeah, I'm
Parents.
open to any ideas too. I'm sure we'll post it and get feedback from people and where parents
maybe
want.
partnering with like Vinnie Curro when he does the car safety things. I know they're little babies, but those little babies grow really quick when you feed them.
That's true.
So, next thing you know, you've got a teenager, and this is good to know, or a young adult. You need to know
Yeah.
this sort of stuff. So I think partnering with as many organizations as possible.
Absolutely.
Now,
What's
what,
your time frame?
I believe we have to purchase everything by end of September.
Oh, that's when you got to submit.
Yeah.
And what is if you receive the money, what kind of time frame are you looking at?
To have everything completed for the trailer?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm working with JR. I don't know.
Yeah, so
So-
we're working with J.R. Valente from the building. He's going to be helping us out with the trailer part of it. Purchase, he's the one who got a lot of the prices. But
So the trailer has to be purchased by September 30th. This is an
Purchased by September 30th. Okay, thank you.
this is an amendment to a grant that we've already accepted to increase our ability to utilize Detective Reitz, and I apologize if I got that wrong. And the purpose of the grant and preventing opioid overdose.
Did this come from through Congressman Pappas's office or one of the senator's office? The grant money?
Just stay up here.
No, it did not. This is a separate organization that operates through the federal government. However, it is specified for specific purposes through the, is it HSA? HSI? It's one of the Department of Justice, one of their subdivisions for this purpose. We're one of 4 or 5 communities, I believe, that take part in this.
Okay, wonderful. I know a lot of time our grant monies come through one of their offices. I just wanted to check through.
This is not one of those. This is a separate, they may support it. I don't know the details of that level on the federal, but this is through the Department of Justice, and there are, sorry, I was there at the very start of it where it was up north, I believe, I want to say Laconia, but I could be wrong. Is it Laconia? The individual was working with the police department, was working at the police department and started a program like this, and it did such a good job that the federal government requested they spread it out.
Oh, wonderful. That's great. Well, it's great to see it be expanded here in Londonderry.
Will you guys also be like maybe working with other related towns? Because we know that it has no boundaries, drugs.
Correct.
But not other towns didn't get the grant, and this is a wonderful way to educate parents on, what's going on. So you would be able to do that, like go to different, like Hudson and Derry and even Wyndham. I mean,
Yeah,
probably
so-
even more so Wyndham, but
Yeah, the Merrimack officer, so the only ones kind of like southern are me and the Merrimack officer, so we kind of
Okay.
teamed up to do outreach to surrounding towns as well.
that's awesome. I really think that's important because it's not just here. And people come across borders.
Well, what happens is when you get something like this, the surrounding towns find out about it, and they'll start putting requests in for it.
Yeah.
And it could reach the point where Detective Wrights is inundated with requests and maybe have
That's
to
a
shut
good
people
thing
down, but it
because
is a
that
good thing.
means people are listening, so that's a good thing.
So hopefully we'll have this ready for next year for Old Home Day,
Yeah.
which would be nice to display at Old Home Day,
Yes, that's
Well,
definitely
even at the
plan.
concerts.
right? Even concerts at the Common, something like that. That'd be great.
I just think how helpful this is going to be for parents, especially like parents who are experienced in this kind of thing, to see and firsthand get to see physically and interact with this. It's a
Yeah.
wonderful thing.
And the PASTA program, which is the grandparents taking care of kids nowadays.
Yeah.
These parents who have, stopped parenting years ago and their kids had kids and now all of a sudden they're parents again. And that's a whole program through the Greater Y that goes to Manchester, Goffstown, Rochester, Londonderry, Wyndham, all of them. But to re-educate, because it's a lot different as a grandparent, it's a lot different than when we raised our kids. So that's a whole nother level of education that needs to be kind of coupled into this.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I'll move that the London.
We have to open the public hearing first.
Oh, really?
I'll accept the motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Dan, second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this program? Seeing none, I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
I heard motion from Dan and a second from Ted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Back to us. What do we want to do? Go.
I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby accepts the additional amount of $45,000 in the amended grant terms of the Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Abuse Site-Based Program Grant from the New Hampshire Department of Justice.
A motion from Dan,
Second.
a second from Ted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Thank you guys for reaching out for this grant. It's
Thank
been very
you.
helpful,
Thank you.
especially for new parents. Thank you. Up next, we want to receive and discuss input from unanticipated revenue of $10,000 in fiscal year of June 30, 2026.
In excess of.
Yeah.
In excess, yes. Mr. Campbell.
So we are looking for approval to accept unanticipated revenue funds. You can see up there that we had sold various DPW equipment and vehicles at auction to get the best price possible. There was also a sale of town property to the Purpose Energy, as well as wellness funds that we receive from Health Trust, our insurance. In addition to that, the Recreation Revolving also received a donation from New England Fusion Fast Pitch for $7,485, which will be going to the Recreation Revolving Fund. The rest will be going to the general fund.
Any questions for Justin?
So I will move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves Resolution 2026-08, accepting the unanticipated revenue in the amount of $68,091.50 as presented under 31:95-B 3A.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Did I
Second
miss it?
from
Did you
Deb.
open the public hearing? Maybe I missed it.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you're right.
Looking down.
Thank you. Take a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion from Ted,
Second.
second from Deb. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Anyone from the public wish to comment on this resolution? Seeing none, I will accept the motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Deb,
Second.
second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Back to us.
Mr. Chair, real quick, I just wanted to say, I didn't know that we send items off to auction before. This is a good program that the state has. How often do we take part in this?
So I got to give credit to the DPW guys on this one. They had a lot of different items that were past their useful life for the most part. And the other alternatives we had were not going to yield us significant. They weren't going to yield us the 60,000 we have up there. It was going to be much less. So they explored options and found this. It's one of the items that we're looking at going forward as lead times and various other items kind of increase the value when you're trying to get rid of, or not get rid of, but replace your older gear.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. That's good.
So Justin, does this include money like from the senior center when people give money as well, or is this?
So I'm not sure I understand. what
So
you
when
mean.
people are making like fees that you're collecting from the rec program.
Nope. So what this was a donation to the rec revolving fund.
Okay.
Separate from the senior center, the fees I believe the fees you're looking at are for a service or for a program or for the membership.
Okay.
That's part of the reason we established the senior affairs revolving fund this past election.
Yep.
Because I'm not going to remember the name of it, but the previous organization had diminished. So we established our own to allow that to continue. That's separate where we won't need to accept the donations on that regard because it's part of the responsibilities of the revolving fund.
The reason why the $7,000 from that group, from the use of the recreational fields, is we have fees that are in place that were never approved by the council. So I directed them, don't collect fees that are illegal for us to do. Ask them for a donation. That's the best we can do. So in order to do the donation, you have to have the public hearing and accept the funds. This is why we've got to update our fee regulations, because we have those that are illegal. Only you can do that. You're the governing body. You have to approve those after a public hearing. So I told them not to collect those fees. They took the donation for $7,000. They agreed to pay it. So that's why we're in this process for that.
So how do we rectify this? So
Chapter 15 is what I proposed last year for updating our fee regulations so that we are in compliance with the law so we can collect those fees appropriately.
okay.
Do you know what law? I just want to look up.
41-9A.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Justin?
Not on this, but I have something else
Okay.
I want to bring up.
Anyone make a motion?
Oh, yeah. So I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves Resolution 2026-08, accepting the unanticipated revenue in the amount of $68,091.50 as presented under 31:95-B, Section 3A.
A motion from Sean.
Second.
Second, I heard Deb
No,
first.
give it to Ted.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
as we talked about Chapter 15, I'd like for the council to consider that we set this, bring this forward to the council so we can act on it, so we don't have to vote on this every single time. So RSA 41:9 requires municipalities to adopt fees through a public process when those fees are intended to recover the costs of municipal services. So one of the most significant benefits of Chapter 15 is the creation of a single comprehensive master fee schedule approved by the town. And we have a lot of fees in this community that we collect. Building department, fire department has permits, inspections, our police details, recreation programs, our facility rentals. So I'd like to see the council address this and vote on it. So I've got a motion that I'd like to schedule a first reading on July 6th, 2026, on the Town of Londonderry Administrative Code, Chapter 15, Fees and Master Fee Schedule, with a public hearing on July 20th, 2026.
Well, Dan, we've just heard that the schedule's pretty full for July 6th, so I will put it down.
But that would be just a first reading, and that's my motion, is that we just have a first reading. Usually we waive the first reading anyway, so I don't think it's a big deal. But this has to be addressed.
I will address it on a future agenda.
I have a motion.
Okay, I have a motion from Dan,
I'll second it.
a second from Deb. Any further discussion?
I think ramming this stuff through via
think it
motion is
Needs
probably
to go on an agenda.
yeah, improper mechanism, so I oppose it.
I just want to say that I would like you
Yep.
to set a date for it to be on the agenda. Like, I'm still waiting for the agricultural thing, which is no big rush, but
I have it on tonight's agenda.
it is?
Yeah,
Oh, well, there you go.
I
But
took
I'm
care
just
of it.
saying, I'd like to know.
I have two things that you asked me to put on the agenda. I have them on tonight's agenda for you.
Thank you.
I think we just found out about
So-
this right now.
Well, this has been brought up before.
This has been brought up in the past.
So
We're losing money. That's not a good thing.
If it has
I have
to
it-
come before us and we have to approve it, we're not losing anything at
But I
that point.
think you could get,
Yeah, I understand. I understand the need. I just want to,
You know, we need to update our fees and everything, so.
that's fine. I just don't think you have the appropriate avenue to do it. I mean, we need to schedule it so we can figure it out. So let's put it on a future agenda. But that's fine. You have a motion and a second. Any further
that's
discussion?
just for the first reading, right?
Yeah.
That's just for the first reading.
And it would go on to the July one.
I,
July 20th for a hearing is what I'm asking.
I don't even know what comes after that.
I will put it on a future agenda, but I don't want it on the 6th, so I'm going to be voting no. Any further discussion?
So if I put it on the 20th with the public hearing
I
after?
will just put it down. I know, like I did with Deb.
So you're just going to do a
need to
future
understand
agenda?
this.
But yeah,
and it takes time to look into this and figure it out.
It just seems like we have a lot of things that come up, and it's always, we'll put it in the future agenda, and we
Yeah.
don't see it,
but
so.
I
that's
disagree
why
with you.
bring it up.
Good. I wanted.
So I just wanted to respond to that. I think we have a lot of things that come up with a false sense of urgency that you all of a sudden have a motion pre-typed out for you to read as well.
Not pre-typed for me, I did it. So-
But Dan,
And
just
you know I
in
type all my
in own
stuff out.
defense, Dan, I honored Deb's request, so I think I would honor your future request.
Oh, Jesus,
So-
it was buried. I didn't realize.
I haven't not allowed anyone's
Because I
request
didn't
yet
realize
since
it
I've been
was
chair.
there.
So,
Well, I've seen a lot of things that we've talked about on agendas of things coming up, and then it's like,
yep.
all of a sudden, it's off the agenda, and when is it coming back up? We don't know. So that's why I'm making the motion.
Okay. So we have a motion from Dan and a second from Deb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
They didn't
Sorry,
hear
I was
vote.
reading.
Okay. Opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes no. I will put it on a future agenda, but I don't want it to be. Let's see. Up next, we have discuss the request from a resident, sponsored by Councilor Bouchard. I want to turn it over to you, Councilor Bouchard.
Yeah, I had a resident put in a request to talk about the use of legal counsel. I know it was tabled by Councilor Faber, We've tried to take it off the table in the past, and it said no. So I sponsored it, and I'd like to hear from our citizen.
Just a correction, it wasn't
And I-
tabled by me. We had to have a vote on it. 3 counselors at least had to vote to table it.
You made a motion to table it.
Robin, do you want to speak? Come on up.
So if you don't mind, I wrote this just to get my thoughts in line. So I'd like to take a minute or so of your time to explain why I petitioned to have this legal use policy put back on the agenda, have it discussed and hopefully approved. I'm sorry, thanks. The policy was requested by residents after concerns were raised about the use of legal advisors. The legal bills are quite high and have been for years. As for the council's use of legal, it appears that 2 members use the vast majority of the time by far. I question why the chair and the vice chair need to be on the same call the majority of the time. At the council meetings, many times they mention, including Ted, had discussed it. They had brought it to the attorney, and the other 2 counselors had no idea what was going on because they had not been involved. This is a direct violation of the town charter, section 4.8, which states the council should act in all matters as a body. The same exact quote in the Londonderry Municipal Code, section 4B. Having been written in 2 governing documents of the town, the assumption would be that it would be adhered to with some kind of sincerity. Some of the purposes of a legal use policy is to control legal costs and to ensure a unified legal direction. Without policies, it promotes disorganized communication, which leads to many problems such as inefficiencies, conflicting advice, conflicted problem solving, fractured counsel, and exposed town liabilities. With all these, they are all evident in the town council at this point and in total opposition of what is stated in the town documents. It was most concerning to me as a resident that when the subject of the legal use policy was brought forth, it was tabled and it was refused to be discussed. Research tells me most towns, and this is a solution, and cities discuss issues together as a council, and if the decision is made to bring it to legal, one person does so, and the answers are sent to all members, thereby providing the same information to everyone. We as residents deserve to have a policy that provides limited legal expenses with information being shared by all on the council. To do so would be the best for the town and not cater to individual agendas. We deserve a council that follows the legality of the town documents and considers the tax burden that their behaviors are putting on the taxpayers by using or abusing this system. I'd like to see this be moved forward tonight. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Sure.
So, when you said the chair and the vice chair disproportionately used the legal services, where do you get that information from?
So I did my homework. I read the town documents, and I looked at the bills from, I believe it was October through March. And there was nothing from Dan, nothing from Deb, one from Ted, and the rest were from the 2 of you, and the 2 of you were together the majority of the time. So it's on the records. I mean, you can look it up.
I did look at last month's legal bills in preparation for this.
I didn't see last month.
No, I know. I've used them 0 in the last month. There may have been issues where, we're on there trying to hear some things, but I just want to know where you got the information from.
There were times that it was like, there was one that was like 4 hours on a Sunday evening. I don't know why anybody needs to talk to an attorney on a Sunday evening. It could wait till Monday.
It doesn't mean we were on the phone with them 4 hours. What that means is they could have done work on there. That doesn't mean that we specifically.
I believe it said a phone call, but I can go back and look it
Okay.
up.
I
I
just
believe
don't
it was in
recall that,
January. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Oh, yeah, I've got something else.
Okay, good.
So I think there needs to be a policy in place because the way it's been done and continues to be done, it's a drain on the taxpayers of this community. I'd like to ask Mr. Campbell, as of today, how much is our legal line up to that we've expended?
For fiscal year 2026, we have a budget of 200,000, and through today, we have spent $281,298.98.
And that's not including any of these investigations that are going on, or have you been paying those?
It does not include all of them. That is what we are currently aware of, what we've received invoices for. I believe the last attorney bill we received for general is as of April, so we're missing May's as well.
Okay. So it seems to me that councilors just call the attorney for various reasons without the body, the five of us, being aware of it or approving it. It clearly states in Town Charter, Section 4.8, Town Council shall act in all matters as a body under the Town Charter, including regarding the Town Manager. Now, Council Chair has the attorney email the council members to set up a meeting. Then we get billed for it. Gives the attorney a document that he received from the Town Manager to send to the council. I don't understand why, as chair, you wouldn't just send that directly to the council without having to send it to the attorney and ring up the legal bills. Ask if we were requesting a legal opinion on it, and I have not seen anything on that document being given a legal opinion. These investigations that are underway are on a unanimous vote of the council. The first investigation, I told you there was nothing there, and I am confident when the investigation is finalized, the town manager and myself will be vindicated. And I can't wait to see what the legal bill is going to be on that one, because we are paying the attorney to investigate it, and we're paying the town attorney as a go-between because it's secret. It's a secretive investigation. We don't want anybody knowing. So we're paying for two attorneys in this whole thing. Again, adding the cost of the taxpayers. So we sit in meetings with the attorney, and in some cases, we just ignore the advice because some people have an agenda. You heard Bob Slater tell the council at public comment how they handle issues at the school side with the attorney, yet we continue to operate recklessly on the town side. At the last meeting, it was stated I was violating the law and giving out misinformation by the chair and the vice chair. Everyone should be involved. Recently, we had a meeting that I believe violated RSA 91A and violated the law. And I told you this. This was on the June 3rd meeting. It was posted under RSA 91A3 to consideration of legal advice provided by legal counsel, either in writing or orally, to one or more members of the public body, even where legal counsel is not present. There's no legal advice from an attorney. We were discussing hiring an attorney to represent the town council. Ron, you said to me after a meeting that we would have interviews with potential attorneys as a board. That is not what happened. You went out, spoke to an attorney, and that was what the council was given. No interviews, no choices. You didn't even ask or have a motion to hire this attorney. And you had no vote, yet tonight I see on the consent agenda to approve an engagement letter with Shaheen and Gordon. So I'm going to make a motion that we take off the table TC 105 so we can schedule a reading on it and move it forward.
Mr. Chair,
Absolutely.
I would just like to make a note that Councilor Bouchard is referencing items within privileged meetings, And we can't really comment without being in violation, but I just would like to make a note that I believe he is in violation of doing illegal acts by referencing said meetings.
Well, I'll tell you, we did not seal those minutes. Those minutes are not sealed and they're open to the public. So anybody in the public that wants to see those minutes are welcome to it. So it's not private. It's unsealed. So I'll make a motion to take TC 105 off the table so we can discuss this.
We're still in discussion, Dan. We haven't gotten near there yet. So first off, let's correct a few things you said.
Okay, let's correct.
Because there's a few things you said. After what you brought forward at the meeting, I felt that as the chair, it was urgency that this council was represented, okay? And I had said to the entire council that we currently were looking for representation, okay? And we hadn't gotten any guidance at all, okay? So that statement that you made is inaccurate because
No, it's
you're
not.
saying that we had no representation at all during that meeting. So I felt the need as chair to go out and get us representation because we were not represented.
So I will make it clear again, Ron, all right, that we went under RSA 91A:3(2), 1, consideration of legal advice provided by legal counsel. We didn't get any advice from legal counsel, either in writing or orally, to one or more members of the public body, even where legal counsel is not present. We were talking about hiring an attorney. We weren't talking about advice that we got from an attorney.
Okay.
So we can agree to disagree on that one, but that's what took place.
Mr. Chair.
I told you my objection at that meeting that we were in violation of 91A.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. This, and I'd like to speak uninterrupted, is a pure example of why attorney bills are where they are. Because every tiny little move is dissected to death on Dan's piece of paper to try to go, this was illegal, that was illegal, everything's illegal, but we're just supposed to not check with attorneys or do anything. The problem is you've created such an environment where attorneys have to be checked every time someone coughs or moves a piece of paper because you're so certain that all these laws were violated. So that equals legal bills. If legal bills truly are your concern, as they were last meeting when you were trying to ram us through an investigation of a counselor without legal representation, then it should be consistent across the board of when we access the attorneys, not just things that benefit you or how you feel things should go. This is a good example of why legal bills are where they are.
Well, they are where they are because if you want to reference Counselor Coombs reaching out to the attorney because he all of a sudden decided this is going to cost me money if I do my 91A, so I'll do it as a counselor. And if you're going to do that and you're going to tie up town council and have the taxpayers pay for it, that's wrong. All right? We as a body have not voted or decided saying, yeah, let's have the attorney handle these requests that he asks about all these emails.
So we have, as a body, actually decided on use of legal counsel. I can't reference any of that because of where it took place. You may pretend you don't know. You may half reference those, again, in violation of the law. But there is clear and present and lawful things being done. You can continue to make the show for the public because you know we can't say the full aspect of it. By all means, continue. But I will sit here and keep in compliance with the law and not reference it regardless of how many untruths you speak.
Well, I'll disagree on that, Mr. Chair.
That's all right.
All
Anything
right.
further, Dan? I might have a solution for us.
I'd like to say something.
Oh, please, go ahead. Yeah, please.
If you don't mind.
Please, yeah, this is
I
what we're
want
here.
to say a lot of this stuff is because we don't do the town business in the public. We are so worried about whatever, like you just said, Oh, we're going to get sued. We're going to do this. We got to go ask a lawyer. Instead of doing it right here in the public, where it's recorded in front of everybody, where we have witnesses, that's where we should be doing a lot of this business. Yeah, there are complaints. They're already out there. What's the big secret deal? It's just ridiculous. This is what happens when you do. This is my opinion, okay? It just is what happens when you do something someplace else, and these poor people have bits and sound bites and this have no idea. It's hard. You got to figure out which complaints, how many complaints, what meeting, this meeting, that meeting. There's so much. It's ridiculous. It should all be done in public. We're not hurting anybody's reputation. We're not, talking about people's salaries or jobs. We're talking about, for the most part, every single one of them are anonymous complaints, for the most part. And we all said they were stupid, and yet we're moving forward, and nothing is. What is it's doing is causing great animosity and just wasting time, wasting money, instead of just saying what it is. I don't know what everybody's so afraid of to say out front. That's the problem, in my opinion. It really is. Because then you go back there and nobody else can hear it. And, well, that's not how I remember it. That's how I remember it. Nothing's recorded. Nothing's really written down. And so it becomes my word against your word, against his memory, against my memory. And I'm just trying to keep it as honest as I can. And I just don't see any need to be hiding in all of this stuff. I think all of it, and even if it was me being complained, and it was me at one point, and I did put it all out there because I don't care.
Right. But Deb, I think as a council, we have an obligation when we get a complaint, whether it's anonymous or not, to look into it. Right, but we also have to protect the privacy of that individual.
But none of it is.
And it has to be protected, but Deb, you can't.
But it's already out there. The complaints
But
about
it
every
wasn't
one
put
of
out
us,
there by me.
except for you, is
It was
it's out there
but
already.
if we have a complaint, we have to keep it confidential.
But nothing of this is confidential, Ron. It's already been out in the public.
But
If it
who
is,
put it
it's
out
because,
there?
yeah.
It wasn't put out by me.
But the point is,
So-
it's not confidential anymore. It's like saying the cat in the closet is pink. Nobody
Well-
knows it, but everybody does knows it because everybody on social media has already talked about
If
it.
everybody does know it, the only way they could have found out is from five of us or the attorney.
And there's
No, it was 91A. Once it became a document, and it was already put out there.
But they don't know the reason.
We know it's an anonymous complaint,
Right.
and we
But
know,
that's-
and most of
and
the
that's
people
where it needs to stop,
know what the
because-
complaints are.
And the only way they could have found out is if someone told them.
That is,
I'm just saying, because
I don't. I then tell me how Glenn or whatever got the documents because he had documents, and I believe he 91A'd them. I wish he was here, but he has family issues. But that's beside the point.
all right, I may have an issue. I may have.
One second, Ron. Why? We were supposed to be here to discuss a policy. If you had a policy, most of this would be moot because you would
Exactly.
have
All right.
a way to follow, and you're not
All right.
even discussing that issue.
We do have a policy.
We do have. Okay.
And we've had
So-
a policy in the past. So when we say, and this has come up before, and that's the only reason I'm correcting this with other things, is when we revise a policy or procedure, it doesn't mean there was no policy procedure. All counselors in all years past have ever operated just doing whatever they
Right.
felt like.
I understood where you said we would go the old way, but the old way is not working. There was a new policy, and we're
All right.
not even attempting it, and that was the whole point of me filing this.
All right. Thank you. All right. I may have a solution here. I looked at the charter, and in the charter, the council is allowed to establish a subcommittee. A subcommittee can be established to look at legal review, or it could be used to have a special legal subcommittee that would speak to the lawyers and then come back to the council and discuss it, so that if we created this subcommittee, all issues regarding the town council and pertaining to the town council would be discussed with this legal subcommittee. This subcommittee would consist of two people, because we can't have a quorum of three. I would suggest that it be the chair and the vice chair. This will save us legal costs, and the subcommittee will report back to the council, saving legal costs, saving what you're saying, rather than having a lawyer email us. We, as a subcommittee, report back to the council all of the pertaining legal issues. And it would save us money in the long run because we'd only have interaction with the subcommittee, and the subcommittee would be interacting with the rest of the council, thus saving us attorney fees of coming to meetings and things like that.
So in other words, nothing would change. It's going to stay the same because it's going to be the chair and the vice chair.
No, because to your point, Dan, now there wouldn't be any more having someone send out the email, as you complained about, that costs money.
Yeah.
It would be coming from the subcommittee that would send out the email and say, we're going to have a meeting to discuss attorney.
So, Mr. Chair, I want to make this very simple. You don't need a subcommittee for that. All right? You as the chair are the one that should be reaching out to all of us, all 5 of us, and letting us know what the question is to the attorney, what the response is from the attorney. So we all get the same questions and the same answer. You don't need a subcommittee for that. It's very simple. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I guess I'm in favor of that because right now we've got it coming in from all directions. If there's a concern, a true concern to limit legal costs, we can limit that. We can actually control it because as it is right now, in looking through the bills, again, 2 counselors didn't show up on the bills, and we've got to get some kind of hold on it. If we're as the chair and vice chair of the council being held accountable for the legal bills, we have to get a grip on it. And if we're going to have to get a grip on it, then yeah, we need to do something in that aspect. And so I agree with you.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yeah, please.
So what you're saying is 2 members of the council have the authority to expend funds.
No, to the way that I would propose this special legal subcommittee would be, from my reading of it, and I haven't had, and we haven't had any attorney. This is just my interpretation of it. That the subcommittee would review the documents so that we didn't have things like what Dan's complaining about, where the attorney is emailing the council. The subcommittee, or I would email the council to save money, and that subcommittee would have more control over the whole thing and be able to limit the cost and share it themselves with the council, written, they don't, whatever, but that way we're not involving the attorneys to come to each meeting. Because one of the things that we've noticed is that, when we have a meeting, and you pointed it out, the attorney is there, and we're paying them. So this would alleviate that whole problem.
Keeps us on subject.
And yeah, we wouldn't be wasting any attorney money. We would already have the documents, we could discuss them, and then.
So let me ask you this. So Councilor Coombs calls the attorney about wanting all the emails. That's okay? From the town manager?
So in this new system, that would not be okay.
So he would have to go to you and ask you to do that?
We'd go to the subcommittee. If it was made up of both of us, it would be the subcommittee, and then, so I believe, just to answer your question, I believe that you've called the attorney on your own before, and so has Deb. So I don't want to single out Ted. I want to, don't think you've never called them.
No, I
You
called
called
him.
him and
I
not
called
asked
him
me.
to ask him about where's the legal opinion.
Right.
That's what I
So, but
did.
I'm just saying.
And I got nothing.
But don't make
I didn't
yourself
get
out to
anything.
be the public like you've never called them on your own. You've called them also. So Ted
Yeah,
called to
probably
ask
once.
a quick question. But under this new policy that I'm asking about, that would not be allowed.
Okay, so as a counselor, I want a question asked of the attorney. So I give it to you?
You would give it to the subcommittee. If we choose to make it the chair and the vice chair, yes, you would present it to me.
And then you would do what with
I
it?
would give it to the attorney, and then the attorney, if you wished it in writing, I would get a communication back in writing from the attorney, and we'd present it to the entire council. We wouldn't have to have the attorney at the meeting.
Okay, so here's my issue with that. One person is going to authorize expending funds or not expending funds with the attorney without the entire body approving it.
So that wouldn't be the case.
It's not one person. I
Well,
suggested
that's what I'm
two.
asking you. I'm
I-
trying to
so
get
the-
clarification, Sean.
The council and the charter has the right to create committees via a body, which would be equal a majority of vote, because that's what the definition of a body means, not the liberal definition that we've been getting. We can authorize that, and we can grant our authority to that committee to carry out the tasks in order to gain a control over this situation, which I think we all agree is a problem. And so I think that would be the justified solution to help narrow this down.
So
And
you're-
if it doesn't work, okay, we do other things, but.
So what you're saying, Sean, is the body is two people and that works?
No, I'm not saying the body is two people, and I didn't say the body is
That's
two
what
people.
I'm asking. That's what I'm
I'm
trying,
saying is,
clarification.
as a body, we have to approve that. So it has to be by majority vote, which is what the definition of how as a body works. And as a body is not a unanimous vote. And as a body means we, as this body, take a vote, we act, as we act in all other matters, where sometimes it's 4-1, sometimes it's 5-0, sometimes it's 3-0. So if he's proposing that, then one of us makes a motion, we vote on it, and if we approve it as a body, then we approve it. If we don't approve it as a body, then the authority is not there, because one or two counselors cannot do that.
So if we approve what Ron is saying, then he or you will be the deciding factors as far as who talks to the attorney and how much we're getting.
We need to
For
cut down on
information.
communications with the attorneys. We've all agreed to that.
I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
So-
We also need to cut
So I
back on
don't-
doing things behind the doors. How is this committee going to function? Is it
So-
going to be public? Is
Well-
all this stuff going to be public? Because
None,
it should
so-
be.
none of our attorney conversations are public as it stands right now.
So
They should. Most of them should be, because really they don't talk about anything that's, in my mind, a big secret.
So the way I envision this saving us money is, to Dan's point, rather than having, you call, the subcommittee decides whose calls. You ask a question, okay? You say, hey, I want this brought to the attorney. If we bring it to the attorney, we get a legal opinion back. We meet as a body, we discuss it, okay? If for some reason you don't like, if for some reason I say, Dan, I don't think that's appropriate, then you bring it in front of the entire body and you say, hey, I asked the subcommittee a question. They decided not to move it forward. I would like to know why. And then I'll tell you why beforehand, but if you choose to bring it in public, you can bring it in public. But I don't think that I've ever denied you or Ted or anybody. I've never denied anybody access to the attorney.
No, you
Never have.
No.
And
So it's just a way, I think, to control it a little bit better. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I just think it's a better way to control it. If you ask me a question, then I'm going to bring it to the attorney if you think it's valid. I've never not brought anything to you guys concerned to the attorney. I've never not done it. So I've always allowed you guys. I just think it'll control the expenses better for us.
But who controls you two?
Yeah.
Who gives you
do.
but we don't know when you're going to the attorneys with questions. We don't know as the other three counselors if you two are the
Because
subcommittee.
we report back to you.
But you've already done it. Are you going to come to us and say, do I have permission to go to the attorney to ask this question? Or
No.
are you just going to make your self-prescribed prescription to say, yep, I want to do this?
Well,
That's what I'm saying. There's
Yeah.
no check and balance there. It's you're going to be checking Dan, me, and Ted's question and saying whether or not it's valid or should be moved forward to the attorneys. But who's checking your questions?
I guess you would when you get the attorney bill if you're upset
But
with it.
then it's
or,
already too
or I
late
guess,
because
I
it's too late.
It's the library. The library went through this same thing when they had all their members accessing the attorneys all at one time, and they came to a similar conclusion where they started routing things through the chair. The councils in the past have routed things through the chair, so we're just doing this in a.
When I was on the council with Councilor Farrell and Mike Malaguti and Kevin Smith and Bill Hart, how it all worked was you would go to the chair, say you had a question, or you would go to the town manager. Everyone would be aware of the question and that it was being submitted. And everyone at the exact same time would get the answer.
Okay.
That's the way it should work.
Okay.
Because we're all equal.
Right.
Not this one's got more. That's really what you're creating is more power.
No, I'm actually creating a system. What you're saying is,
No.
you ask me a question, I'm gonna get you an answer and get it back to everybody.
No, Sean, I mean, Ron, there's no checks and balance there because, well, as she said, all right, there's Ted, myself, and Counselor Paul that we have to go to you, but the two of you can just go free willy to the attorney, which is what I've brought up. I mean, I've brought it up because I've looked at the bills. I've seen, where things I'm like, this is a complete waste of time asking the attorney to send out these emails to everybody when it could be done by the chair. Or the chair can go to the town manager and say, distribute this out to everybody. Plain and simple. When you got that document that morning that I got from the attorney, I called because I questioned it going, what is this? Are we getting a legal opinion on this or what is it? I was asked by the chair to distribute this out. And I'm like, well, that's a waste of money because the chair could have easily said, when he got it, to the town manager, say, can you send this out to all the members?
I would put the question back to you. You could have just called me, Dan, and asked me. You wasted the town's money. I'm just saying we go back and forth here. It's like yin and yang. Like
I wasted the town's money.
I'm just saying.
Okay. I wasted the town's
we
money
as the
because
council had agreed that illegal communication would go through the chair. That was our agreement. And yet you never asked.
No, because
I'm just saying
because
you're.
I didn't ask because I have asked you on things in the past and never got a response. So why am I going to ask when we have the meeting? All right. It's like, we have a gentleman comes up here and he says he emails you
Okay.
and you don't respond. All right.
Dan, let's
I've done the same thing.
about legal things here.
I've done the same thing. All right. I have asked and got zero back from you.
Okay.
So what am I going to do? Reach out to you again? No.
Okay.
So this whole legal thing has to be addressed. I don't see your system as a checks and balance with everybody. I talked to the school board, and when the school board does it, and Bob Slater has said this in the past to us, when he has a question, he goes to his board and says, this is the issue. You all in agreement to reach out to the attorney. And that's how it works. Then he gets that information. He sends it to everybody. All right. We don't get that here. So I don't see how, if it works for them, why can't it work on the town side?
Under this new system, that would work. That's how it would.
That doesn't work. That's the same thing that's going on right now.
Am I jumping you?
No.
Okay. Crazy question. I'm listening to you guys talk. Not all of the questions, I haven't seen the questions, just so you know, that you send to the attorneys. But I don't believe that all of them have to go to the attorney. We pay like $27,000, $30,000 a year to that New Hampshire Municipal Association, have access to lawyers. We have a town manager that we're paying a good chunk of change for, who is very well versed in a lot of these things. Whether you trust him or not, he's not going to violate it and not going to give you misinformation, because then he'd lose his job. So he's going to give you.
How would he lose his job for that?
If he gave us bad information when we reviewed him, you wouldn't hire him, keep him on board, would you?
He could flat out lie to us for an hour straight, and we couldn't fire him. Like that doesn't.
But
It doesn't work that
found
way.
that, and when his contract came up, you would say, "Look, you violated this."
Only if 3 of us agreed on that.
Well, you already have 3. So that's beside the point. What I'm trying to say is we have a wealth of knowledge sitting there.
He's not an attorney.
Again, this isn't between you and me.
No, I
This
know.
is a general speak.
Yeah.
I don't care who's sitting there, whether it's I'm trying to think of somebody. Kevin Smith is a town manager. They knew stuff. You would go to them and say, "Look, I got a question about this." We should be taking advantage of their suggestion. You don't have to do it, but their suggestion. They may say, "Yes, that really does need to go to a lawyer. It needs to escalate to here." Or, "I don't know." Or, "Let's just ask the municipal association, see what they say. And if they say it's kind of, we really don't need legal, then we don't." But we're not even doing, it's like everything from what I can understand and what I see on these bills that have been out there seems to be going straight to the lawyer. I see no logic. For me, it's very illogical what we're doing. And there isn't anything that I could find actually written that has a good say as to what is really an escalation of a problem that you need to pay $370 an hour or $400 or whatever we're getting charged an hour to escalate it to bring it to the attorney. Because at that point, y'all know this, your question better be phrased exactly right, because they're only going to answer it a certain way, depending on how you ask that question. So we should really be very, all of us, very mindful about the questions we are going to ask these people, and if we really need to even take that question to that level. And that's another huge problem. And that's why when you have a legal policy, you can say, okay, here's the thing. You have a question. Sean has a question, right? He thinks it should go to the lawyer. He tells you. You talk to the manager. The manager says, well, here are my 3 things. Here's what the municipal says. At this point, yes, this is a thing that needs to be escalated to an attorney, or we could just use the municipal. So, because if we're not using them, why are we paying that money every year? To have what, one right to know class? When I could have got you that one from the chair of the New England Right to Know Association, run by somebody that I know. And we chose not to do that. It wouldn't have cost us anything. So I'm just trying to be logical here. This isn't I like you, I don't like you. This isn't. This is just saying, here's the information. What's the solution? We're going back and forth. But the problem is, what questions are deemed that way? What is the thing to escalate it? And what should be the steps that we follow? All of us the same. Whether Dan has a question, Ted has a question, I have a question, Sean, how does it work for each one of us? I have this question. What do I do?
So I proposed the subcommittee to answer all your questions. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like this,
Why form another committee? Right now we have a chair.
But you guys haven't done that. You guys just unilaterally have
Because
gone.
nobody knows what the policy, what the procedure is. It's not there. It's not, okay, if any counselors have any issues and they're not sure if it's legal or not, this is what you do. You ask the chair this question. The chair will then voice it, or you ask the town manager. These are your options as a council. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not there. What
But do
escalates
you
it?
need that? Like, you need a step by
Yeah, I
step?
think you do.
Mr.
It's
Chair?
obviously that we do, because we can't agree.
I just don't. I just don't see why we're having such a hard time trying to move forward on a policy on the use of legal counsel.
I don't think we're having a hard time. And
Well, you might not think so, but the only thing, and I'm talking to the chair, so I'd like it if you didn't interrupt.
it's a council. It's not a
All right.
one-on-one
So,
conversation.
Mr. Chair, so what you have now is your proposal is not changing anything. It's the status quo. It's the same thing that's going on now. So I just don't understand. Our bills, we
Mr.
just
Chair.
heard from Justin.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just waiting for,
Oh, no, I was waiting for you to be done, and then I asked to speak.
we just heard from Justin over 280,000. The last meeting, it was 230. So now we're at 280. And that doesn't even include the investigation that I was interviewed on, all right, for several hours. And I can just imagine what that bill's going to be when that comes in. I mean, we talked when Mr. Esty said, how much did we pay for Counselor Paul's investigation? I told you at that time it was ridiculous, but we paid over $8,000. All right.
Would you like to disclose if you voted for it?
So, Mr. Chair, so that was over 8,000. All right. Now we've got other investigations going on. I can see this is going to be very expensive. You talk about they're anonymous. We have to protect the person. Who are we protecting? the anonymous person? Are we, no, Mr. Chair, are we protecting the person that the allegation's been made against?
Mr. Chair.
So if I had an allegation against me, I would want to know what it was. I wouldn't want it, to be kept secretive and all that. And then all of a sudden an attorney reaches out to me and other people and it gets out there. So I'm just asking that we look at a policy for the use of legal counsel because we're going to be well over
Let me just
300.
answer Dan's question, and then I'll let you speak, all right? I just want to,
Yeah.
so Dan, so I can just tell you that if I was investigating you, why would I tell you I'm investigating you? That's going to allow you time to prepare, do all kinds of things that maybe shouldn't be done. I'm not saying everybody do that, but I'm saying we don't typically tell the person that we're investigating them. That's why we keep it anonymous, and we don't disclose that. So we keep the person's, however the result comes out, we keep it so that that person's reputation is intact. Because if it comes back and says they did nothing, we've now said that they were investigated for this, this, and this, and then nothing happened. We're better off saying we investigated, we found nothing, and clear.
So,
Okay, go ahead.
so
Sorry.
So I guess we've heard from both of them several times. We know free and clear where they stand. I guess I would like to make a motion that we create a legal subcommittee with the chair and the vice chair as the members.
I will second that motion.
Chairman Dunn?
Yeah.
Point of order.
Please.
So we're adopting policy that we don't have in writing. We normally have a first reading, we have a public hearing on that. That's been our process. So now, for some reason on this policy, we're going to do something different. This is the first time we've heard it tonight. We just heard earlier, we have to have time to think about these things. And now you just made this decision like that. So that's a little bit concerning that we change the rules when they're convenient for us to do so. So I would suggest to you that that's not wise. Number two, I would suggest that you have legal counsel review what you've just said. Because what you're doing is you're allowing two people, which you don't have the authority to do, to expend funds. They're going to make the decision about how much time is spent with that attorney. Every quarter hour they charge you for that. What they produce for products. That would be delegating that authority to you, which you cannot do. You should get a legal opinion on it before you make that mistake, sir.
Mr. Chair, I did sponsor this, and I do have somebody that also wants to speak on this. So I'd like to hear from
Sure.
them.
I can. It's fine. It's Dan's motion.
Yeah.
But it's not a public hearing, so.
I know it's not a public hearing, but it was something that was sponsored, and I've asked, and then, I have an individual that wants to speak on this, and then,
We can't
Right.
just keep having.
So
'cause I
Robin
could
Stewart is
call
the one that we allowed to speak, so. Anyone else would have to speak during public comment. That's only fair, Dan. Be consistent.
The chair can,
you're not consistent, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion and a second.
So
doesn't look good.
I guess I'm just going to ask you a question of you, sir. I'm just looking at the charter, seeing that the council can propose a subcommittee,
Yes.
and I don't believe there's anything that I'm doing that is not correct.
Subcommittees don't have the authority to expend funds. They go back and they provide advice. This is why we looked into this for you. Here's the advice we're providing. You're going to be expending funds.
Okay.
That's what you're going to be doing. And that means you don't have the authority to delegate to a smaller group the authority to expend public funds. That's why in the charter and in the law, which was not mentioned tonight, you must act. When you spend money, you are acting. You must act as a body. And that's you're trying to circumvent that. I know that's not what you're trying to do, but that's what you are doing, is you are circumventing the law and the charter. That's why it's written the way it is.
If that would be the case, then the motion would end up being invalid after it, even if we vote yes on it. So we can vote on it, and if it ends up being invalid, it ends up being invalid.
And that's going to cost legal fees.
Well,
Anything would cost
legal fees to look at.
Because we can't agree.
But
It all
Debbie,
comes
either
down
way,
to legal fees.
that the town manager is asking me to get a legal opinion. So if we vote on this,
He's advising you.
and then
doesn't mean you have to do
I get a
it.
legal opinion,
Doesn't mean
and
you
then I
have
share
to
it with
do
the council,
though.
It
doesn't mean you have to do it. Just because he said it doesn't mean. How many times has he said stuff to you?
You could
and
do
you
a
said
crazy
no?
thing right now. You could vote to get a legal opinion on this year, then you'd be doing it right.
Okay.
Or you could say, town manager, you go do that.
Not do that. Let's create it. We've got a motion on the table, and we need to vote on the motion.
Well, I suggest you keep breaking the law. Go ahead.
Well, you've been doing it all night.
No, I haven't.
Just so you know, guys, we're watching. They don't care.
So call for your vote then.
All right, so I have a motion from,
Me.
okay, a motion from Sean and a second from Ted to do a subcommittee as a part of the town council, and I will review it with legal counsel after we vote on it to make sure that it is legal. And if it is not legal, then I will come back and
Will you
report that
pay
it's
for it? Will you personally pay for that?
That's ridiculous.
No. Deb,
Look at it as your own wallet when you're doing
He is
this.
paying
I am,
for
I
it.
am a taxpayer.
So would you pay that? I'm asking you a personal question.
this-
Would you do it? Would you pay a lawyer to get that advice?
I think it's important to get it for us.
All right, then.
I think it's
So,
important.
so you're saying we shouldn't get the advice and we should just assume it's legal?
So, Mr.
I'm
Chair,
saying you shouldn't do it at all. I'm saying you should just have a policy that says, if you have a question, you just write it down and you give it to you. It's simple. Why do we got to make it so complex?
Because I think that we as a
How about
board have
this?
made it that way.
Well, how about this?
Yeah.
Instead of Sean, make it Dan or me. That would be fair. Me and you, or them and you. Why does it have to be you two?
We're the chair and vice chair of the committee.
I just think
Big
think
deal.
having
You
the-
got appointed there. Big deal. What is the? You have more power than me, Sean, because you're vice chair, because you can sit in and run a meeting. No.
No, I'm
You
saying
got
it just
elected
makes sense.
Just like I got elected. We're all the same. All of us.
We are.
Equal. Equal. So don't be
But
all
we are.
a high and mighty, because you're not.
All right.
I never said that.
You're behaving that way.
Only in your eyes.
I.
Okay.
Mr.
All
Chair,
right.
can we please
Anybody?
go to the
All
vote?
right. I'm going to call the vote.
Anybody? Really?
Okay. So I have a motion from Sean, a second from Ted, that I will create this subcommittee and we will bring it to the attorney, have them check it over, and if the attorney gives the okay, I will report back to the council and to the public that it is legal or is not legal.
and who is in the subcommittee, just to be clear?
It will be the chair and the vice chair.
Okay.
Take the vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed, it's
Councilor
illegal.
Paul and Bouchard oppose. Chair votes in the affirmative. Discuss and schedule a public hearing for July 6th to amend the traffic code to include parking regulations on Plainview Drive and Delta Drive. Captain Betancourt. You- Thank you, guys.
My understanding is that this motion is to amend the parking and stopping regulations to add that, so it's for the adoption of parking regulations that will prohibit parking along the entire length of Plainview Drive and Delta Drive on both sides of the road, and allowing DPW director to implement temporary parking regulations under limited circumstances. We were asked to come up with potential solutions to the problems that we were having up there. We are responding to calls. We had checked the area, checking regularly, continue to check the area. We provided a couple options to the town. We often get up there, we don't find cars there any longer, or they're no longer violating they're not doing any reckless driving or anything like that. So we're not really catching them in the act. This would just give us the opportunity to have something to bite into to enforce and have them leave the area. So,
Yeah, our intent was just to give you guys options, and you know, if you want to provide us an additional tool through the right process, then that's great. If not, nothing's going to change for us. Just an update on currently, you know, our self-initiated activity since the beginning of the year. We've checked that area 904 times. We've had 83 call-in services, so we've had just under 1,000, calls for service on those two roads alone. So we're just looking for anything else to help put in the toolbox, so that if we need to move cars along, or if they're violating a no parking, then perhaps we can do that. But we realize that that would require a change in a second reading, so.
Can I
Any-
ask a question?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Who actually owns that land?
So the land off to the side, I believe, is airport land. And historically, although we haven't been able to find it, was posted no parking at some point, whether, that
Okay.
happened soon after 9/11 when we tried to get all the vehicles out of that area.
So my point is,
Yeah.
I believe a simple solution. You bang in two poles. You talk to the owner of the land. You bang in two poles, and you ask if somebody can put a hook on it. Private property after 5 o'clock. Don't trust, because now you got teeth because you're telling them they're on private property.
I
and
may have
you-
misunderstood your question. Were you talking about the road or the land on each side of the road? Because
the
I was
actual-
speaking about the
The
land.
land. It would, because the poles would have to go on the land, right? Because it's a dead end, right?
Yeah, no, I don't believe. I mean, that's a question for the town manager,
Yeah,
but we own the road.
It's a
I believe.
public road, so
Yeah.
that's all public way.
Because like if you look at the road, what is it off of Cortland? Is it Cortland? 102?
Yeah.
It was supposed
Oh,
to
the
go all
gate.
the way through, and then we put a chain, and it said no trespassing, private property, and it's only there for case of fire. Got to get through there.
Yeah, I mean, both of these roads are heavily traveled roads with businesses on them, so I don't know that a gate would work in this.
I thought they were a dead end. I'm talking about at the dead end, like at
Yeah,
the.
I mean, well, in Plainview, Elcomet's right there. I mean, right at the end of the cul-de-sac.
That's what I'm saying. So
And
if he
then-
owned that, just a little, like when they're closing their shop, they put that hook and they go,
Yeah.
no trespassing, because now you got real teeth to go after them because they're going on private
We can't, you
property.
can't do that, because that on, I think it's Devonshire you're talking about, I think it's the name of the street.
Yeah,
You have
Devonshire.
another way to get there. Now
Sorry?
you have another way to get there. You're just cutting off access to Route 102. So you can still get to that neighborhood and those people.
Right, I'm saying you can still get there. It's at the end of the cul-de-sac, like right before you hit that
Right,
circle.
but their driveway is on on the other side of where this gate would be that you're proposing, which means you'd be shutting off a public road that they would have access to.
But only at night.
Well, but you can't do that.
They
It's
won't
so-
talk to you, wouldn't talk to
It's,
them?
no, it's not a matter of where they say it's okay or not. You can't do that.
Okay. Just trying to figure out a way
No,
to
I
do
know. I
stuff.
appreciate
mean,
that.
You said everything was on the table.
Well, everything's on the table for you.
If we could
I'm
do that,
limited.
that might be helpful. I mean, obviously, because then they can't go any further.
Well, that's
Sure, it's not
It's
an
like,
unreasonable
if
thought.
they did lift the gate, and they went there and you guys showed up, they're now trespassing on private property. They've touched the gate. You can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting outside of the scope of the thing. It's not going to happen in this situation, so no sense in what-ifing it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
You guys have provided some really good pictures and imagery of those roadways and what people have been doing on these cul-de-sacs. I'm noticing, looks like most recently of 2025 are these pictures. Is that a correct date on there, or is no?
That was those were from a year ago, but we did put cameras back up this year, and we're able to see the same things. We did find one car meetup that happened that wasn't called in, because typically if they're called in, if someone calls in a noise complaint or whatever, we have been responding. We had some nice days earlier in the year than usual, because this has kind of been a late spring, summer problem and early fall. But we had some warm days where they were hanging out there, and if we're tied up with other calls, we just can't get there right away.
Of course.
So we did put it up for a week, and we did find one, but since then, I checked the log for every day I'm not there and the days I'm there, and there've been no major car meetups. I think the most I saw cars moved along were 5 or 6 on Plainview one night. That was it.
Do you guys find from your other towns in the area that you communicate with that this is happening on other cul-de-sacs like this in their towns and neighborhoods?
Yeah, sure. You're seeing it all over the country now with car meetups and street takeovers and this and that. But this is just opportunistic, right? These cul-de-sacs are kind of out of the way, out of sight, out of mind.
Nothing's
And you
developed
think-
on them. Yeah.
Sure. And I went and spoke to employees of the businesses up there the other day because I caught them just about to do it. So they're taking their lunch breaks and they're going out there and they're doing a burnout and they're getting a good laugh and then they're going and parking their car again and going back inside. So, and that was just me the other day going up there and checking out the area and catching that. So, you know, it takes, you know, what, 30 seconds to do a burnout and then you're back off.
Right, right.
So, you know.
But you are saying that you, by your presence up there,
Yeah.
it's deteriorate.
Yeah,
it's
we're
deteriorating.
saturating it, and that's what it takes, right? And it's
Well-
like dealing with speeders. You're always going to deal with speeders. You're never gonna get them all.
I
But you
agree.
just have to be out there, and you have to keep doing it. And it's,
I agree with you. I guess I'm just not a fan of those speed bump things.
Yeah, and again, we were
I
just
think
trying
that's
to be
a waste of
informative and give you options.
I'm
What
just,
you can know from the PD is that we're not going to stop going up there. We're not going to let somebody take over our roads, and we're going to keep going up there, and we're going to keep saturating it. If we see violations of the law, we're going to enforce it.
that's good. I'm just, like, I looked at your options, and I looked at the thing, and I'm like,
Sure.
speed bumps cost a lot of money.
Sure.
I'd rather just, and they're just gonna rip them up. I'd rather put the chains in there and take private property, so then you can really,
Yeah, and you're not wrong. They're gonna, they probably are gonna vandalize them, right? And
Yeah.
putting the camera on them was another option that we
Yeah,
could
they're
do that
gonna
for a little while. But
vandalize
that's
that
exactly
too.
what happened to the no parking signs. They tore them all down. You know,
Exactly.
so
Right.
they
It's a
were
waste of
there.
money.
We could show you on Google Earth that they were there at one time, but they're not there anymore. You know?
no, I agree with you, and I think that your presence is really the only thing that's
Yeah.
gonna work.
That's key. Sure.
So Jason, we're talking just the no parking signs, or are we talking parking signs and the speed bumps?
Again,
What's in
that
front
was-
of us right now is the no parking ordinance.
Yeah.
We'll talk about speed bumps afterwards, because that's a related issue. I
Okay.
sent my report on Friday, but we should talk about that once we're done, the actual thing that's in front of us, which is the parking regulations.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, what?
are you guys noticing this happening on other commercial industrial cul-de-sacs that are actually fully developed as well, or no?
Yeah, you can recall that Independence, there was the abandoned building up there for a while. We had a lot of that activity over there. Golden Drive was one from way back when that we used to have a lot of activity, thankfully.
What was that
it
road
is
again?
Golden.
Golden.
But now the All-American Assisted Living is there, so once it was developed, right, they moved along. So that's not an issue anymore. So, yeah, it's the roads that you have, you know, people are out of sight, out of mind, and you have the opportunities. We're seeing a little bit of that on Aviation Park, where we're putting that in our patrols as well. But, yeah, guys will take the opportunity to, you know, find a space, and then they move along after we saturate it.
Right. I know there was a plan at one point submitted to the Heritage Commission for that, for one of these roads. So maybe
Plainview,
if
right?
that, on Plainview, so hopefully once that gets developed, maybe that'll slow that down, but,
Yeah, more eyes in the area, right? So more
Exactly.
people calling in the police. So, yeah,
or they figure, oh, people actually do business here. Maybe I can't do this.
right.
I just want to thank you for going up there. I mean, 900 and some times. I've heard from residents up in the area. This is something that personally frustrates me because I want to help. I want to, and knowing that you're there and doing that is helpful, but also knowing that you're presenting options so we can take that step beyond. Because I think even with the saturation, there's some residents up there, I want to help further.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad to have options because we got to look at this. Not everything's got pros and cons. Sometimes no parking signs that get taken down, speed bumps we already talked about. You know, they can get vandalized. But we've got to have a portrayal of things, weigh those, you know, pros and cons, and kind of come to the right solution and try to help stuff for our residents. So, and knowing no matter what you're going to be up there is comforting as well. Because
Yeah. No,
I
thank you
hate
for
to see our
saying
roads
that.
taken over.
It is frustrating hearing our citizens, you know, they have absolutely the right to complain about that. It's frustrating that we can't, you know, catch them all, but we're just going to keep after it. So.
Any other comments?
So, we're being asked to amend the traffic code?
No.
No, tonight we're just opening a public hearing. We're gonna
Okay.
make a,
Okay.
We're scheduling a public hearing.
yeah.
Okay,
Scheduling, yeah, it's different than.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
okay.
Actually, it even.
You're scheduling a public hearing, so this is
Yeah.
the first reading. So I specifically stayed away from amending the traffic code because I know that you guys some of you don't want to do that. So I literally wrote this as a standalone provision so that it would get passed,
Thank you.
hopefully.
Any other questions?
I guess we'll leave it for going forward, but I just think that the fee is a little small if we're having these many violations on this road. But
That's in your regular code, though, so that's why I didn't mess with any of that. I know you don't want to change that, so I left it alone.
Any other questions?
So this will be for July?
I have to get a motion first.
So I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby schedules a public hearing on July 6, 2026 at 7 p.m. at the Londonderry Town Hall to receive public input and action on amendments to the traffic code.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
Second from Ted. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Residents do appreciate it. This.
Mr. Chair, is it possible that we also put the traffic safety code on there for a for a first reading maybe on July 6th?
No.
I mean, this has been,
You
this has
already
been
did.
on the,
You already did.
Yeah.
It's an agenda item for the 6th to discuss. It's not
Is
a
it?
first reading, but to discuss it. Right now, that's what it's scheduled for.
That needs to be updated.
because this has been proposed last October. And as you know, last meeting, I did bring up a lot of issues that it conflicts with state code.
Yep. And I think we did address that, right?
Yeah, and we'll be discussing.
Yeah,
it on
so I
the
think
6th.
we're,
Okay.
It's on the agenda for discussion only. It's not a first reading or
Yep.
anything like that, but you did put both those items on there. We just got to talk about the speed bump issue.
Oh, yeah, yes, please,
I
yeah.
sent you a report on that. It's going to be $13,000 to install speed bumps and put the signs in as well. I also expressed my concern in that report to you that we don't have a policy to manage that. And we talked about some of the issues that happens when you do one-offs like that. If we put them here, people who live in residential neighborhoods have a cul-de-sac say, well, why wouldn't you put them on my street where I have kids in the street and people are walking? There's no kids up here in these areas. So you have to think about that. Once we do this, it creates a precedent.
right.
And I don't have enough DPW crews to pull out 100 sets of 100 different streets of, we don't have the money, first of all, to purchase
Right.
them. And then it's labor intensive to take those out, put them in the spring, take them back out in the fall. So you just have to think about that. And there's also a risk of vandalism, which has occurred before. They tend to light them on fire because they're rubber, they
Yeah.
burn. So that's an issue you just have to think about before I go and do this, if that's what you really want me to do.
Yeah, I think,
Lot to consider.
yeah, I think I'm in agreement with you with the speed bumps because, when you mentioned them lighting on fire, I thought they'd just rip them up and dispose them, but they actually light them on fire. That causes even more of a problem because now you could cause a fire. So, I think I'm good with the parking signs for now.
Well, I think we'll be discussing this
Yeah.
next week.
Yeah. So,
Or next week.
So just clear for the record, the council didn't say no, just wants to discuss it when it talks about TC 103.
yeah.
And at the next meeting. Okay.
Good?
On the speed bumps?
Yeah.
I'm not in favor of speed.
Yeah, okay, so I think we're, then, how do you feel about the speed bumps, Ted? Are you?
I know we've looked at potentially doing speed bumps for Old Mammoth Road before to try and slow down traffic there as well. And that had come up in discussion in the past. It didn't really go anywhere. We've added a lot more stop signs, and I think that's helped with the traffic. But I think certainly the people who live out that way may differ on that opinion. But frankly, I didn't know that people would actually tear them up and actually turn them into fire. I wouldn't imagine of doing that myself, but I guess I'm not one to vandalize.
So, are you looking for us to tell you not to do the speed bumps, or you, right now, or?
So it
I
sounds
think-
to me like you want to wait and you want to discuss it
Well-
further, is what I'm hearing from the council, which is nothing wrong with doing.
No, it seems like the council doesn't want to do the speed bumps, right? I mean,
No.
Unless there were more
prepared to
permanent
talk
speed
about it,
bumps.
but
Right.
I'm generally not in favor of it, I guess, if I had to decide
you're,
today.
you're not in favor of it?
No, and I got a suggestion, something I was just thinking of.
Okay.
If you go down Otterson,
I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth, but you, okay.
if you go down Otterson,
Yeah.
we have cul-de-sacs there, right? Rotaries. And there's stop signs. I don't know. Go down Delta before the
Waste of money.
rotary. Put a stop sign. If you have one of the officers there and the guy runs a
I
stop
don't
sign.
think they're worried about violating the law.
Yeah.
That's the whole fundamental problem. So
I don't
think
know.
that's gonna be
I'm
much
just
of a
I'm
concern.
just thinking of something to
agree.
try to slow them down.
They don't end up in some kid's bedroom. The stop sign.
And I think if it was an actual more
Yeah.
permanent concrete or
You're not
pavement
interested, right, in the speed
speed
bumps?
bump, that'd be one
Okay.
thing. And then
John,
you can't.
I'm not.
Well, you can't burn it.
Yeah.
So.
A lot easier to destroy. And harder to destroy.
Okay. So I think that the council is not in favor of the speed bumps.
Nope, not me.
So if that helps you not spend the money.
Well,
save us
I'm
some
not
money.
gonna spend the money if you
Right.
don't want me to do that.
Yeah, I think we are in agreement that we don't want to do the speed bumps.
Before, okay.
We don't want to cause more fires. We don't want to
I
do.
would consider looking at all of your options
Yeah.
before we just say no to that, because, anyway,
Yeah.
but that's what you want to do, that's fine.
All right. All right, up next is review and discuss expenditure to complete upgrades to the fire station outlined in a recently published RFP. Chief Young. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jim Young, serving as your fire chief, and if you could introduce yourself.
John Camary, one of your battalion chiefs.
So Battalion Chief Camary has done a tremendous amount of work on this project. I think the need is known that Fire Station Number 2 has especially some exterior repairs and improvements that need to be done. Chief Camary is also our facilities director, who oversees all 3 fire stations and the needs of each fire station. So thank you for all the work that you've done on this project. And we put together a brief PowerPoint presentation for you tonight to demonstrate the need. Next slide, please. Can we advance it forward with this? All right. Perfect, thank you. So Station 2 was constructed in 2006. Unfortunately, it was built with budget-friendly materials to save taxpayer dollars at the time, and now we're seeing the results of that. Inferior materials were used as well as inferior construction methods leading to where we are today. The station is occupied 24/7, 365, every day of the year with 3 full-time employees. So this station is operated daily, and it houses 3 of our employees around the clock. The original wood fascia boards and soffit boards are rotting. Generally, you see this on buildings on like the north-facing side or the side that's shaded, most frequently during the day. This is representative of what you see 360 degrees around this building on every side. The fascia boards are rotting, the soffits are rotting, as well as all the exterior trim. It was painted pine boards at the time, and we're proposing to use alternative synthetic materials for longevity. There has been some interior damage as well. It's not just exterior. The roof does have leaks. The water is finding its way through the fascia boards and the soffit boards, causing some interior damage, which we'll demonstrate as well. This is the rear section of Station 2. You can see the roof or the staining on the roof shingles there. The roof shingles are standard 3-tab shingles that you'd see on many residential buildings. They are beyond their lifespan. They're damaged in many areas and worn beyond their lifespan. Especially in this area here on the rear of the station, we see leaks that are causing interior problems. And this is representative of the entire roof covering. This is one example of a corner trim board that's rotting. This is actually one that's in fairly good condition as compared to others, which you will see. And again, this is on all sides of the station. One of the other issues is there were gutters installed only in select locations and not everywhere where they needed to gather the rainwater and move it away from the building. So that is another proposal within this RFP that we put out, is to put gutters on all sides and move the rainwater away from the building so we don't see future problems. Here's trim around concrete. Unfortunately, the painted prime or the painted pine trim boards are just leaching the water right out of the concrete, sucking all that water in and leading to further deterioration. Things that we will disturb on the exterior of the building as we move through this project, if it is approved, things like electrical fixtures will be replaced at that time. It just makes sense when we're removing these things from the building, disturbing them, that we upgrade them at that time. It's the proper time to do that. We will also address the poorly flashed windows and door openings as we move around the building. The actual siding itself is cementatious material. It just needs to be repaired in select areas and the entire exterior of the building painted. We will not be replacing all of the exterior siding, but we're looking to replace all of the trim boards as well as the soffit and the fascia. Another example of the rotted corner trim you can see in the lower right-hand corner there. wicking the water up off the ground and causing rot. You can also see one of the downspouts there, which is just not extended or put into a ground drain like it should be to move the water away from the building. There's some older fixtures that have been removed from the building. It's kind of faded there. You can see it on the side. That fixture was removed, and that needs to be addressed, properly sealed, and then painted to prevent further water damage. And all of those things will be addressed by a selected contractor. Couple examples of the door you can see in the lower, both right-hand and left-hand trim, very rotted down by the base. The water comes down, hits the concrete, splashes back up, causes staining and deterioration of the materials. Same thing with this exterior door.
Chief, is that a metal door?
Is that a steel door, Chief?
Yes.
Steel door.
Councilor Bouchard, those are both steel doors, and another important thing to note is the location of these doors. It's actually on the east side of the building. Typically, the east side of the building does not see this sort of deterioration. You'd normally expect to see that on the north-facing sides.
Yeah, thank you.
And these doors we're not seeking to replace. We're seeking to have them cleaned, repainted, extend the longevity of them, with the exception of one door, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But it's important that we do this work now before these doors become rotted and further things happen, which will eventually cost more money to repair all of these various components of the building. Here's an example of some of the interior damage. It's difficult to make out, but just to the right of that light on the overhead in the ceiling, that's an area of water damage that's been repaired multiple times because of roof leaks. The roof has been sealed. The ceiling has been repaired and repainted, but recurring roof leaks make it difficult to stop the water infiltration from this area.
Have we checked that area for any mold?
Great question.
So we haven't had a professional remediation company in to inspect mold in that area. When it gets opened up, we can certainly take a look at it at that point. Most of these repairs have been done in-house through our colleagues at the DPW to try to save a little bit of expense and cost so they can make patch and repair for us.
I have a question about your roof. Are you gonna go over it, or are you gonna put up a whole new roof? And if you're putting up a whole new roof, did you price out tin or metal, whatever it is, metal?
Excellent question. So to answer the first part of your question, all of the shingles would be stripped off, and then the roof decking itself would be evaluated, and any pieces that needed to be replaced would be replaced, and then all new roof shingle covering on top of that. We did request an alternative in the request for proposal for a metal roof, and it is, in my opinion, too cost prohibitive to do that. It's over $100,000 additional funding to put a metal roof on it over asphalt shingles. The asphalt shingles that we are looking at are architectural shingles that are a much more robust product than what you would use on your typical home, and they have an extended warranty. So I do believe we're making the best choice there.
And what was the extended warranty?
50 years on the asphalt shingles.
Did that include like where they meet the flashing areas? I guess that's what it is.
The 50-year, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you had all those pipes I saw,
Yep.
and I know they get, you gotta take care of that.
And it's a great question. That's why we're going to choose a reputable contractor who knows how to do this work properly. The actual warranty is for the materials only and not for the workmanship. The workmanship has a separate warranty, but it's nowhere near the 50 years of the actual product itself.
Wow, I double-checked that workmanship stuff. Thank you.
You're welcome. In the interior to Station 2, this is just a picture of the gear extractor that our firefighters use to clean their protective clothing when they wear it, get all the carcinogens out of it. This machine actually was not ever intended to be in the station. It was relocated from another station because the newer models do not fit through the door. That's the exterior door that we'll discuss next that we're seeking to replace. And this room where this washer is located and the other washer or dryer machine that you just saw is the only interior space at this time that we're looking to do any renovations on. Because we're seeking to replace that door, we will be disturbing this area, and it makes sense to paint this room, replace the epoxy floor, and take care of a larger door so that when this machine is replaced, we're able to fit that new equipment through there. And that's the exterior door that we're looking to enlarge and replaced with a larger opening. Just another example of the exterior lighting, both the building lighting as well as the exterior parking lot lights. The whole light poles themselves will not be replaced under this project, just the light heads will be replaced with LED, as well as all of the building lighting components, energy efficient LED lighting to save energy costs over time. So just a brief overview, the RFP request for proposal was advertised with responses due back by May 15th. A total of 6 responses came back. We've reviewed and selected a contractor. It is critically important to utilize commercial grade construction and upfit materials so we don't end up in the same situation again in just a few years. And will overall reduce taxpayers' investment in this by using higher quality materials. The cost of the project as proposed in total is $345,722 to address everything that we discussed tonight. We are respectfully requesting that you authorize and appropriate $345,722, which will come primarily from the current FY26 operating budget, and an authorization of up to $125,000 from the Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund to complete this project.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple
Go ahead, then Deb. Yep, Sean and Deb, yep.
Okay. Was he through at the presentation? I just wanted to wait
I
till.
believe they're done.
That's it. It says
I have
that.
one
Yep.
more, but it just says thank you
Yeah.
for listening to me.
So, I understand using the better materials. Do you know how much longer this would last versus, because the other one, I think is 20 years ago we put it on. I'm just trying to see what this would look like.
Yep, the warranties will all come with the materials. We are proposing to use all synthetic materials. It would all be PVC, no more painted, primed pine wood or anything like that. The longevity of those materials is much longer. We're talking years longer because there's no natural material to rot there.
So this could be like a 30 year?
I expect it to be longer than that.
Okay, okay. And then, so when people say we've got to fix something now, like, there's different phases of now. When I'm looking at the library, we're at now because the building's shut. Does this mean in a year, damage is going to increase substantially? In 6 months, is going to be increasing substantially? Like, where are we at with the molding damage and the stuff that you've showed us?
And just one more to back it up a little bit. When we put together our 6-year capital plan, Station 2 was on that, and it's a much larger project that we're looking at. We broke it out into 2 phases. This is phase 1, absolute priority issues to stop the water infiltration. Water, snow and ice, pests, insects, things like that. We're dealing with all of those problems right now because the building envelope is compromised.
Okay.
That is why we're presenting this tonight and presenting you the opportunity to address these issues out of the current operating budget now, and then look at the other phase 2 lesser priority projects, albeit they're very important, at a later time through the regular capital planning process.
And that's why I asked the question, because, you know, if we're going to address this now, we're going to get some voters that are going to go, how come this didn't go on the ballot? And so I've got to be able to answer those questions. So is there anything further you'd add to answer that question? Because I'm going to have to reiterate your answer more or less when someone asks me that.
We have the opportunity to address it with currently allocated money, which I think is a great thing for the town through the FY26 operating budget, in combination with the Expendable Trust Fund, which is what it is for, is to preserve the investment that the taxpayers have made in this critical infrastructure. I, as the person responsible for this, Chief Kamiri, who oversees it, are not willing to push this off any further and let further damage occur to the townspeople's infrastructure. We want to button this building up, bring it back to a place or a baseline where we can now maintain it moving forward. It's nobody's fault where we're currently at. It's been a challenge of several years of operating at a default budget with not having enough money to maintain our facilities appropriately. We're not unique in that. We've seen that town-wide, I think. Just in my short time here, I've been able to witness that. And it is important that we take care of our facilities in a way that we can address issues now and then look at maintaining them going into the future.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, clearly, these issues just didn't come up in the past 2-3 months. Why was this not brought forth to us before our election so that we could have actually voted for more expendable maintenance money, so we could have actually made these repairs instead of now digging into the operating budget, which I'm not really a fan of going to the operating budget because we need that money in our operating budget. Yeah, we're coming close to the end of the year, but this should have been brought forth to us as an actual project for the expendable maintenance trust end of it, and we could have increased that at the time.
So, revisionist history, Chief O'Brien brought this forth when he was still here, and we've brought it forth every year since then. And, to, again, nobody's fault. Money is tight. So we've tried to come up with creative ways to finance this. And so this is now the most recent creative way to establish this project. I can go back and look at last year's presentation of the budget and the year before that and the year before that, and we've talked about this station since Chief O'Brien was here. And he retired, what?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. So this isn't something new. It's just trying to figure out how to do it financially because, to everyone's point, it's just something the town has struggled with when it comes to buildings and maintenance and things of those nature.
So another thing is normally we see these proposals from the companies that we're approving them, spending the money on. I don't see the actual full proposal from them. I see the RFP that was created. I don't see the whole proposal from Bodie Construction in here. Normally we see that.
So right now, we put the RFP out, we published it, and I would like to also take the opportunity to thank the financial department. Justin and Sarah were great in assisting us with getting that out there and publishing that. We've received the responses back, and that's what you hire me for as your fire chief, is to oversee these types of things, review the proposals, select who we feel is going to meet the proposal to the best, or in the best way possible as the proposal was drafted. Then we select a contractor, and I do believe that is the town manager who will award the actual contract under our town charter. So at this time, we have all of the proposals, we reviewed them, and we're seeking authorization for the project from the town council is what we're seeking. And then we will execute the contract to make sure that it's done by a qualified person or a qualified firm with high-quality materials in a way that is best meeting the needs of the town.
I'll just add to that if I could, Chairman Dunn.
Yeah, please.
So this agenda packet went out last Tuesday. If there were questions about that, we could have gotten that to you because that is not the normal practice. But if you wanted those, we could have provided them to you. You could have.
I mean, any other time that we expend money from the fire
finish, sir.
department or the police
If you
department,
let
we
me
see
finish,
that
sir.
we see that item.
I believe I have the floor, sir.
Doesn't matter if you have the floor. We
Yes, it
normally see the
does.
item that we're
Chairman, you're going to act here or
approving.
you're going to?
All right. Go ahead, sir, and
You
then
let me
Ted
finish.
after. Please, finish and then Ted.
Thank you. So if you wanted those documents, you could have asked for that last Tuesday when the general public got them as well as you. And you also knew this was forecasted on the agenda. So if you were looking for that, you don't wait till you come in here today and ask for it now because we're at the end of the year. We've got to make those purchases between now and July 1. There's not another council meeting between now and then. So we'd be glad to provide that information to you if you would like it. If you want to look at them now, they can hand them to you and you can read them if you'd like.
Just going off of every other item that we approve from the fire department and the police department, and anything else, we see those contracts. We see it for the library. We see it for everything else. I don't know why we can't see this one here that's being presented to us.
There's a building going on right here that this council has not seen the contracts for any of those. That's $3.9 million, right here, right on the other side of this wall.
It was presented to us.
No, it wasn't. Actually, you don't have those contracts because I just signed them. So that means that you folks spent $3.9 million without looking at the proposals. Anyway.
All right.
Love to fight with us. Thank you.
Deb, you had a question?
I have
All right, and then Dan and then Sean. Go ahead.
It won't be long.
Yeah, you're good. Go.
Okay. So, I want to know if you have, we've heard this talked about, and I'm a big proponent of it. I want to know if you're going to have in place a building maintenance plan to make sure that as you fix this stuff, you kind of have things on a plan to make sure they're being checked and updated so that it's not like we have to redo everything. It's piece by piece more affordable for the taxpayer. So if you have a plan, I'd like to know when it will be ready to be viewed, and I'd like to see your plan.
We have a plan and a cycle for facility maintenance, and Chief Kamaria is in charge of that. And as an internal fire department plan, we are the stewards of the property that you put us responsible for,
I
and we
understand.
make sure that we take care of that. The problem is this building has deteriorated, and we need to get it
I
back to a
totally
baseline.
understand what you're saying. I get that. But I looked at those pictures, and that didn't happen yesterday. That was years and years and years of stuff. That could have been being taken care of moving forward, little bites, eventually getting to where we are now. So my point is, moving forward, if we give you the money and we're gonna be doing this, are you gonna be having a building maintenance plan, set up like the schools do now, which is really good? Go ahead, Phil.
So Deb, I can speak to that. So there was a thought process at the fire department for a number of years in past administrations that we weren't going to do preventative maintenance. We were just going to pay for when it broke. That thought process has changed, and in the last few years, we have put into play, and Chief Kamiri can attest because I was the facilities director prior to Chief Kamiri, preventative maintenance contracts for bay doors, for the plumbing fixtures, for the HVAC systems with E&E and the plumbing fixtures with that. So we already have in place preventative maintenance schedules for our generators, our doors, our HVAC systems. Those will all continue with Station 2. So those are already in place.
Well, I understand that, but I want to see, I don't know who to talk to here, all three of you, like up here. As we move forward with fixing all of these bills, they all have issues. Even the new one already has issues. So that being said, and I've heard the town manager say a million times, it's better to be proactive than reactive, and have a maintenance plan for all the buildings, so that, I know you say you have them, but I don't know where they are. Are they on your website?
Well, so
Can anybody see them?
Again, like the chief said, we keep those internally because that's our job as the stewards to come up with those plans, or to Dave's point, Dave being with the E&E. So we have those. The chief can certainly show you them.
I just think it's good stewardship for
absolutely.
the people to know that, you know what, every 6 months we go through a cycle, and this is what we check, and when we find something, here it is.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be
That's
very.
all I'm
That would be
saying.
very
Nothing-
easy for Chief Kamiri to
I don't
put
need
together
100
and
pages, just a
show you
little-
the yearly contracts and all of that.
Okay.
But-
So then, you had said phase 2. Do you guys have a guesstimation as to what phase 2 is gonna cost us?
The total project for the capital plan that we put together was around $900,000. It would be less this amount if we fund it through this mechanism.
So
say-
$600,000 roughly for the phase 2.
For stage 2, yeah, about 350, excuse me.
Well, this is 3 something.
Excuse me.
You said
I
9.
misspoke. Yes. About another 450, right? My math works, 450 and 350.
Okay. Okay, and then, you said you already picked someone, so it's already a done deal. You've already told these guys you wanted to do
That is
it.
not
Where did
correct.
Brody fall? Like, were they the cheapest, the most expensive, somewhere in the middle? That would be nice to know.
I'm sorry. I don't understand your question.
When you were going through your RFPs and you decided you looked at them,
Yes,
you said there were 6.
correct.
Where did the one that you prefer fall? Was it the cheapest, most expensive? Was it number 5? Was it number 6? Was it one down from the most expensive? I'm trying to figure out what you did, because we have a tendency to go with the most cheapest, and then we end up paying for it. And because we didn't see the RFPs, I don't know, how they compared and work, or who the companies were to even compare the companies. I just know that you said you did this one,
Sure.
so that's already done. You already picked them.
We selected who we feel will meet the RFP the best for our town. We did not select the highest bidder. We did not select the lowest bidder.
So
We
1 out of
selected
6, where
someone
was he?
in between.
Right in the middle?
Number 4, so you can't be right in the middle of 1 through 6. So
But
4 out of 6.
number 4.
We couldn't select 3.5.
Thank you.
2.5.
Mr. Chair, another question.
Go ahead. I had.
I thought Dan went.
I saw Dan, then Sean. and
go
then-
ahead, Dan.
When I look at all the damage to this building, I know it didn't happen overnight. I listened to Phil tell us through years he's brought this up. All right. People didn't want to spend the money. I've said this before. If you don't maintain things, it's going to cost you more later. All right. We've seen this with the library. We're seeing this with the Lions Hall. All right. We need to maintain our buildings. My concern about all the water damage that you're having in there is if you end up finding mold. We find mold in there, now we're going to shut down that station. That's not a good thing for this community. So we need to fix this building. That's where I stand with it.
Okay. Sean and then Ted.
What was the 3.9 million?
This building on the other side of this wall.
The
District
what?
office.
This district, okay. I was thinking over there, but yeah, gotcha.
Expensive parking lot.
And then, I guess, why this operating year is the urgency around that? Because you said it was July 1st.
Well, when you get water coming in, I think you should fix it. And
No,
you've
no,
got- And you've got money in your operating budget to do that. You're already spending money that you don't have in the FY 2027, that hasn't even started yet. Already. So use the money that you have now. Don't raise any additional taxes to do it. That's why we're proposing to do it this way. Yeah, we could have added another, $300,000, $400,000 to the EMTF, but then we'd have to raise taxes. So we have money that's left over in the budget. Use the money we have. Don't raise any more, and get the building fixed so we can stop the water from coming in.
I'll disagree with that. Taxpayer money, however it's used, is still taxpayer money spent. It doesn't matter if it ends up going unassigned, if it goes into the maintenance trust fund. We're still spending tax dollars, so whether it falls in this fiscal year or not in this fiscal year, I think is inconsequential. What we have to do is be good stewards of, does this make sense to do, and does that make sense? I will say, I would like to see the proposal of things like this. The school building was approved by the voters, so that wasn't approved by us. If it's approved by the council, I need to see, and we went through this a lot, the library, and we asked them nicely, and I get they're not familiar with that. They haven't done this enough, and they've come back with the information when we need it and when we ask for it. If we're going to approve something, I don't want to blindly approve having no idea what's in here about stuff. And I get this got brought up, but as both Ted and Deb said, this problem didn't happen yesterday, and we are getting it the last possible meeting without a proposal. That troubles me. Not only us having the proposal, but the public's not able to see it. Because sometimes with these proposals, public looks through it. I get calls about, does that really make sense for the roof? Or, I've worked on construction in other buildings. Maybe it can be done this way. We get ideas from the public. So it's a good thing to have it vetted not only by the five of us, but by the public. So I'm disappointed that we didn't have that information in there. And I get this came out last Tuesday, but I don't read through and dive into the entire agenda and make sure I process all that on Tuesday. Sometimes it takes a lot of time. There's a lot of stuff on here. So going forward in the future, I'd like to see all the information in there. I also don't like not going in front of the voters before this because, yep, we may have done this all before in the past, but that doesn't mean that during budget season, we shouldn't do things and have the voters have a choice in how their tax dollars are spent. This is a high budget item. And to just go, well, now it's suddenly a problem 3 months after the election troubles me. So I just wanted to state those things, and I'm still kind of processing what we should do with them.
Can I respond to that, Chairman Dunn?
Yeah, please, go ahead then, Ted.
So we had a meeting this morning, and you didn't mention anything that you needed additional documents, which I would have provided to you today. So I'm kind of curious about that. That's why we meet and have the agenda-setting meeting. Hey, listen, you didn't get that. Can I see that? Can you send it out to the whole council? You didn't do that this morning. So you had didn't have any issue at all with this agenda item. So I'm a little confused about this game that you're playing here right now.
Playing a game?
And let
We
me
don't have the
finish, sir.
information.
I have the floor once again. But there's rules here. When you have a meeting, people get to speak, then the next person gets to speak once you're recognized by the chair. They're basic rules. So it's my turn right now, which the charter allows me to do. So if you let me finish, sir, if that's okay with you.
I haven't been talking for a while.
Go ahead, sir, but just don't make accusations. Yeah.
What do you mean accusations? It's
No,
not your turn
just
to talk either.
But just go ahead, speak.
So what are these accusations you're talking about?
No, you just made it. You just made an accusatory statement to him. Just state what you want to say.
What accusatory statement did I just make? We were there this morning. You were there as well. Yeah. You could have said, "Listen, can we get those documents? Can you send them out?"
I
you've
haven't
done
said
that.
anything. I just said don't. You just made an accusation. So I said just state your facts without an accusation.
I am.
That's all. Okay, go ahead,
I'm
sir.
trying to do that without being interrupted.
Go ahead.
So this is not new. You knew this was coming up. If you wanted to see those documents, we would have provided you. I don't do secret government. I don't play that way. If you want something, ask for it. We'll get it to you.
Every level.
Wait, don't say. Wait.
Every level of detail. We've got certain pages that will be reprinted over here 20 times over. It's it's been table stakes that this has been in here, and this has always happened this way. So no, I didn't dive into this and expect that information not being there. I figured when I'd go through further and read the agenda, it'd just be there. I also figured this is probably not something I have to concentrate hard about because this isn't a contention point. We want to maintain our fire buildings. On top of that, I'm confident that we are been maintaining them since you've been in charge of the maintenance, sir. So I'm not worried about our maintenance going forward on that. So I thought there's not a lot to look in here. I just assumed it'd be in there. The assumption was there. It wasn't from malintent, and that's what he's talking about. I'm not playing a game with this. It just wasn't in there, and it usually is. And I'd like to see him going forward in the future.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to add that several meetings ago, I did stress the importance of us maintaining our buildings. I did stress the importance of council members to please go down and visit these buildings, visit Station 2, and see for yourself. I look at this as a safety issue because if for some reason, with all this moisture, we're going to end up with mold and we're going to shut down a fire station. Look how long the library's been shut down. Okay? And now we're going to have people's, safety at issue because our fire station is going to be closed. They're going to be responding from Central. So the time to respond will take longer. All right? I think the chief has done a great job going out there, both of them, looking at what needs to be done. We need to address this. Unfortunately, it falls on this council, okay? Because, as Phil said, they've brought it up, and they've been told, no, can't afford it right now, At some point, you got to pay. And we're at this point, unfortunately, Sean, it's like not only with this, but with the library, with the Lions Hall, and, North Station. It's the way they were built. They weren't built. I mean, I'm looking at these pictures, and you have pine right on concrete exposed. Of course, it's gonna rot. So instead of using the PVC like they should, or if they would have wrapped it, that would have helped as well. But
Mr. Chair,
it just needs to be
good.
We have Justin Campbell, our finance director here. Justin, this is another $220,000 coming out of the operating budget. We have 15 days left of our calendar year. How much does this leave us left with? We normally don't have this big of hits at the end of our calendar year.
So I've been working closely on these numbers, and depending on whether this is approved and how we proceed forward, as well as various other items that are still out to play, the budget will be able to absorb a good chunk of this. I'm hoping that it's able to absorb more, so that way the 125 is not fully expended and we can utilize that for future projects.
Okay.
And in terms of maintenance, I just want to mention, for what it's worth, in 2017, to maintain all 3 fire stations, the repairs and maintenance budget was $16,500.
Okay.
Currently, it is $46,150.
Okay. So I guess I'll ask my question again. Where does this leave us with the operating budget, expending this money?
So based on the estimates I currently have, we'd be looking at approximately about $200,000 remaining. With, again, the library project and other projects that need to be authorized still. There are various areas that we would look, and normally we would do year-end encumbrances. We will hold off on those or lower the amount that we do and utilize other sources.
Okay. Thank you. I'm cutting it a little close.
Quick question for either Justin or Mr. Mulholland. If the sale of 10 Beacon doesn't happen in the calendar year, does that affect this at all? Because I know you've mentioned that there could be some issues there we were working on. If that doesn't close before the end of the calendar year, or before the end of our fiscal year, does that affect anything we're doing tonight?
It doesn't, because we estimated it without that.
Okay.
So that would be in addition.
That's why it's been. That's why it's significantly closer than I initially thought.
I feel better about that then.
What
Sorry.
are we allowed to say publicly?
We can say anything we want about it.
Oh, no, but what the amount is of that?
So the sale is $365.
Okay.
And once you get your fees and all that accounted for, we'll gain somewhere around $200,000. There's a $100,000 judgment in a dog bite case from the previous owner there.
Yeah.
So that has to go through the interpleader process with the court. It usually takes a couple months for it to do that. So that's why we didn't count it. We were hoping that would be done more quickly, but it just wasn't. So we discounted that. So that'll be additional revenue the town will receive, about something north of $200,000. That's all said and done.
I'm actually going to agree with Dan. I think I think that this is an issue we have to address now. Like, if you guys start doing the fixes and you find mold, I want to know about it now. I don't want to know about it in 2027. So I do agree with Sean also that I wish this would have been brought before the voters, because I really did want to bring this before the voters. But I do think we're at a point right now where we don't want it to become what happened with the library. We don't want that to happen here. So I think we need to fix this now and get it addressed. And then if we do find something bad, at least we can address it now as opposed to waiting till March of 27. So I will agree with you, Dan, but good. Sorry.
And I just want to make it clear, I
Yeah.
agree with you
Yeah.
and Dan as well. I think we saw what happened to the library, and the mold is a bad issue. I'm just talking about process when we
Yeah.
go forward. And I did the same thing when they brought forward their first proposal and stuff. It's
Yeah.
just what we expect in here and how we'd like to process it and how we'd like to do it through the budget cycle, and if possible, get it in front of the voters. So I'm just going over that. That's my issues with it, not taking
Yeah.
care of this or doing this, because I think we need to.
Any further discussion? Go ahead.
I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby authorizes the town manager to expend $345,722 from FY 26 operating budget funds for the purpose of aforementioned repairs to the fire station number 2.
Second.
So I have a motion from Dan and a second from Sean. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approve Order 2026-11, authorizing the transfer of up to $125,000 from the Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund to the General Fund to complete exterior repairs and upgrades to the fire station number 2.
Motion from Dan.
Just a quick question on that. So this is in addition to, so the grand total of this
No.
is?
No, grand total.
Okay, this is just stating
So-
part of that 345 comes from the expendable maintenance trust.
Correct. You're authorizing the project to go on.
Yep.
And then that 125 is going to be
Needs
part of that.
authorization.
And my hope is to limit the amount pulled from that we have plenty of projects that we know about that we need to make sure we have the money for.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
rather than going back to the taxpayers and saying, we're trying to utilize what they've already given us.
Perfect.
A motion from Dan.
Second.
A second from Sean. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. 5-0. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys for the questions and taking care of this issue. And please let us know if there's anything further.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, you're still up?
You're staying.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
And I invite another guest up.
Yep.
Hold on for 1 second.
Up next, review and discuss an application for an adequate fire emergency response grant. Mr. Young, or Chief Young, sorry.
Thank you. If you could please introduce yourself.
Lieutenant Chris Lammy.
Yeah.
All right, Lieutenant Lammy is here today, or tonight with me. He's done a tremendous amount of work on this particular project, and the purpose of coming before you tonight is to seek guidance on what you would like to do with this grant opportunity moving forward. I hope that you are familiar with it. The town in the past has received these grants. It's known as the SAFER grant in our industry, and it is for staffing to adequately staff fire departments throughout the country for emergency responses. So our objective is to add 8 additional full-time firefighter EMTs or firefighter EMT paramedics or advanced, whatever level we can find, to the current FY27 operating budget. Now, basically, all the funding by the end of the federal fiscal year has to be awarded by September 30th. They give you a 6-month grace period to recruit and hire. So we would be looking at adding these positions, if successful, towards the last quarter of fiscal year 27. This would add 2 additional members on each of the 4 battalions. So currently, each battalion is staffed with 13 members, 12 line positions, and a battalion chief. This would increase it to 15 members per battalion. Primarily, these positions would provide dedicated staffing for a second ambulance. The way our staffing model is currently divided, we staff one ambulance with dedicated staffing, and we're cross-staffing the other ambulances. It's not an ideal staffing model, but it's what we need to do to make it work right now. So the notice of funding opportunity was released, and the application period closes on June, that's incorrect, I thought it was 19th, 22nd. I will be submitting it if authorized on June 19th to avoid the last minute. There's $324 million available. There's an average of 190 departments receiving an award nationwide annually. So it is in a very competitive, extremely competitive grant application process, but the real work only begins once awarded. And the reason I mention that is if we're going to move forward with this and invest the time and effort into it, we would like to have the support of the council moving forward. To know that this is going to be an investment by the town, by the taxpayers, by the department for a period of 3 years. That is the performance period. It will require a town match to the federal contribution. In year 1, the federal contribution is 75% of all salaries and benefits for each position added, and the town will be responsible for 25%. That is the same in year 1 and year 2. In year 3, the federal contribution reduces to 35%, and the town is responsible for 65%. Now, in year 4, there is no requirement to maintain those positions. However, as I have applied for and been successful in the past in my other job as fire chief, and here in Londonderry, I will say the same thing. My intent would never be to apply for this only for a temporary 3-year benefit to the town. The commitment I would like to hear is that we'll maintain these positions to the best of our ability. None of us have a crystal ball after that 3-year period of performance and into the future. As the town continues to grow and the responsibility and the demand continues to grow on the fire department. The return on the investment that you will see is an increased level of safety for our residents, our visitors, and for the fire department members themselves. We will see a decrease on reliance on mutual aid, resulting in decreased response times. If we have our own ambulances and our own fire suppression vehicles responding to emergencies from our own fire stations, response times will be far less than waiting on our neighbors to come from surrounding towns. There will be increased ambulance revenue to help offset the fiscal impact by being able to staff more of our ambulances consistently with dedicated staffing and less reliance on mutual aid. If our ambulances, Londonderry ambulances, are not transporting a patient to a hospital, there is no opportunity for reimbursement. Number one priority, it's better for the patient care, to have our own ambulances responding to our residents and visitors with shorter response times and expert care. But the second benefit of that is we get the reimbursement if we're transporting in our ambulance. For example, if a Derry ambulance was to come over here and transport the patient, even if we respond with a vehicle that's not an ambulance and we don't transport, we don't see a penny of that revenue. Derry gets the revenue. We could see a decreased liability for the town by increasing compliance with minimum national standard staffing models, which is NFPA 1710. That key staffing model that we're trying to meet is 15 members on each battalion. And the reason we're pursuing 2 or 8 members, 2 on each battalion, is to get closer to that NFPA 1710 standard. To be able to write this grant and justify the need to the federal government, we need to be working towards meeting a standard, and that's the reason why we're requesting 8 positions, is to meet that NFPA 1710. If we ask for less, we have much less of a case to justify our grant application. And finally, this could lead to a more favorable evaluation during our next ISO evaluation, our Insurance Service Office ratings, which has the potential to lower insurance premiums for our residents and our business owners. Reducing that evaluation is a good thing. The lower the score, the better fire protection Londonderry provides, and thus results in savings for residents and business owners. Staffing is a big part of that. We scored very poorly in our last evaluation in a few areas, and staffing was one of the big ones. As stated, the SAFER grant will contribute funds towards both salaries and benefits during the period of performance. The total cost for 8 firefighters in year 1 is $1,054,703.12. Year 2 is $1,145,092.96, and year 3 is $1,274,191.92. Now, this accounts for an increase or projected increase, things like union salaries or union contract obligations, increases in health insurance, and those costs that continue to climb. So I have the numbers broken down, year 1, year 2, year 3. As you can see there, and again, I would just like to restate that the intent is to retain the staff upon completion of this period of performance, and the town of Londonderry would bear 100% of the cost at that time. We will continue to work on things throughout this 3-year period. If authorized to submit this application, or successfully awarded the application and hired the 8 positions, we will certainly work diligently to look at alternative sources of revenue, et cetera, in an attempt to offset the financial impact when the grant funding is no longer available to us. But this grant application opened this year with no warning, with a very short turnaround time, and it is my apology I am here before you today asking you to consider this on a very short timeline as well. Both the Station 2 project and this, I would like to have brought before you on the June 1st Town Council meeting to give you a little more time. However, that agenda was packed full, and this is the earliest that it could come before you. So basically, this application needs to be completed and submitted by this Friday, if you authorize us to do that. And we're seeking guidance from you on how you would like us to proceed for this current grant cycle.
You want us to?
Go first, Dan.
I will say that, having lived in this town over 40 some odd years, this community has taken advantage of grants like this for police, to add police, to add fire as well. In year 1, where would the funds come out of your budget for $263,000?
In year 1, that was not accounted for, so it'd have to be requested as additional funding in the FY27 budget.
Okay, so the grant gets hopefully approved by the end of September?
All federal funds have to be awarded by September 30th.
Okay, so awarded by September 30th, and you said
6 month
6 months
grace
from
period.
there, you have to fill those, all 8 positions?
All
or-
8 positions, yep.
Okay.
So at least the bright side there, Dan, is if we have 6 months, there's 9 months of that year, of this coming year, that we're not expending that money.
Right.
So at least there's a bit of a bright side there. What does the year 4 costs look like? You have up to year 3's a total of $986,000 for year 3, or an increase from year 1 to year 3 of $140,000. What does year 4 look like?
So year 4, you take the total of year 3, add that together, and then increase by whatever projected contractual obligations we would be looking at that time. I had what are fairly accurate figures to use, projecting 3 years out. I don't have a crystal ball, which I wish we all had, to see what that percentage increase would look like. But your baseline is going to be year 3, those 2 figures added together, and then take a percentage increase, roughly 3 to 5%, increase it by that, and that's what your projected year 4 cost would be at 100% cost to the town with no federal contribution.
So about $1 million. If we do
More
4%.
than that.
Well, if we do
So
4%.
year 3 is 1.274.
Where do you get 1.274? I had 345 plus 641 is 986,000.
I'm not sure where you're at.
Your year 3, you show 345,000 from the federal and 641.
Oh, my
from the town.
apologies. So you're probably looking at the PDF that I originally sent. This is an updated PowerPoint presentation with different numbers from what you originally saw.
That's different than what's in our folder.
Correct, because I worked very closely with finance in a very short period of time to make sure your numbers that you have tonight are accurate. And I would rather be slightly on the high end.
Yeah.
So that there are no surprises moving forward.
Thanks.
Thank you for bringing that up, though. I meant to mention that, and I missed that, but thank you for
Going off of what was provided to us.
correct.
Yeah,
That
did you
was
have
the
something?
original PDF that I
She's
sent.
just trying to.
Okay.
I'm old.
Well, you guys think I'll say this. I always support the fire department. I always support you guys. You guys do things that you see things and do things that most of us would not want to do. So I really appreciate everything you guys do. On this particular issue here, I don't think it's fiscally responsible for us as a town to apply for this grant. I know that during the budget season, I believe, well, I'm not speaking for you, but I believe the town manager suggested adding one person over 8 years to get to where you want to be. I think that's a more fiscally responsible method to get you where you want to go. I know it takes an extra 4 years. The problem with these grants, we saw 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, when, was that, am I correct, Justin? When they fell off, then all of a sudden there was some discrepancy as to whether or not the town voted for so many bodies. So I think I first appreciate the fact you're telling the voters up front that this is the amount of money they're going to pay. So I appreciate that. I just don't think that this method is fiscally responsible for us. I don't think the town can absorb this amount of money all at once. I think I'd like to see you guys come with a proposal during budget season where we add one each year and get you to that 8 where you want to be. Because I agree, we need it. As a taxpayer, I think we just need to do it incrementally. Because we as a taxpayer, as a tax, we don't want to spend all our money in one area. Then we don't have money to spend for police or for DPW or other places. I think this grant is a great idea. I think it just sets the town up for bad things when it ends. And that's what I feel like. I feel like this I saw Sean first and then you. Okay, go ahead, John.
Whenever you finish.
I'm good. Yeah, go ahead.
So I get my concern with this is, and it's an answer to one of Glenn's questions, actually. We talked about 14% last meeting, and that just made me think about it now. The 14% was what the town voted for on warrant articles that added to the budget, which would be 14%. There's a lot of needs in this town. There's DPW, the facilities coming up. That's definitely a need. Police have needs. There's plenty of needs elsewhere. The library building is going to have more needs. I would prefer that we let the voters decide these kind of things. They're the ones, and they didn't vote yes on every warrant article on the ballot. They picked and chose. They decided what was important to them and what wasn't. And so I think taking on this kind of cost at this time for that much without going to the voters, I agree with Chairman Dunn. I would like to see this come forward in the budget season. We get this as a warrant article. We have the voters say yes, and the town has, supported fire in the past. But it's just, this is a decision, especially after that 14% increase last year from warrant articles, that I don't think we as a council should be making. We should be letting this go into budget season and letting the voters decide on this.
Deb, go ahead.
I'm not against this because, and I'm going to tell you why. But I have a few questions before that. Okay. So what happens if say you apply for the grant? There's no guarantee you're going to get it.
Correct.
Number one. But if you do get it, what happens, or what's the time frame? So what happens if you can't find 8 firefighters? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you can't fulfill what that grant is, like, I don't know how it reads, so I don't know what they're asking for. So if you could explain that to me, that would be really, really helpful. And then you had mentioned, I know I throw a lot of questions at once, I'm sorry. You had mentioned that you had ideas for other ways for generating, funds for the town. And, with the building that's going on, the amount of accidents that we're seeing on a regular basis, the amount of ambulance calls, and I live on Heidi Road, can I tell you? 24/7 I hear you guys, like unbelievable. I do want to hit those little sirens and shut them off. But my point being is I know you guys are out there constantly. Like, you have to be getting unbelievable amount of calls. And I'm concerned. We're growing even more. And I don't think we're going to be able to keep up with the demand. I know they're going to say, well, we get shared help from other towns. maybe they're not growing as much, but that comes at a cost. Derry doesn't come over here because they love us, or Litchfield doesn't come here because they love us. There's got to be a cost to that. And I think that would be a really good thing to see, like how much we get charged, you know, to have to use them, and how many times we have to use them. To understand those numbers, I'm sure it's probably difficult to put together, but I'm sure it can be done. But I think it's an important number to see, to understand, you know, how that helps us and how much we make if we have enough staff to be able to go to those towns. You know what I'm trying to say? Am I making sense to you?
Mhm.
Okay, that was
Just a
all.
lot of parts of the question. So if there's
I know, because I don't
particular
really
ones we can-
understand your whole world,
Sure.
and
Which we don't expect you to. I don't understand yours either, so
You
don't.
don't
But just to address a couple of things that you mentioned, yes, I have ideas for other ways to look at alternative sources of revenue, some of which I'm not prepared to speak about tonight.
No, but I'd love you to come back and tell us.
And I will do that. And
Thank
we're,
you.
we're looking at things like revamping our entire fee schedule to increase our fees and charge for things that we have the ability to charge for, but historically have not done that. When users are using our services, there's time, energy, and investment in that. We should see some return on that investment. And we're looking at doing those types of things. We have adjusted our ambulance fees, and reimbursement through insurance, so we should see better return on that moving forward as we've entered into various contracts with new state RSAs and the whole revamp of how we bill for ambulances. So there's several mechanisms there. The problem is that it's also new. We don't have the data where I can come forward and say, this is exactly what we should be able to expect seeing over next
Right.
year, 1, 2, and 3, et cetera. Eventually, we'll get to that point. We'll be able to present that to you.
So the question really is the grant.
Mhm.
So I understand what these guys are saying. I do. But I also don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, because if you don't apply, you don't get it. And in 8 years from now, that 8th person could cost triple what it would be if we got it now. But if we don't get those 8 employees, like I said, we could lose it. There are many variables here. We could lose it. What happens if you don't get all 8 employees? And will those employees be worker bees, moving up the ladder, as opposed to top heavy? Like, I want to see more people who are lower level staying there for a little bit. Not that I don't think anybody should make you got to make a living. I understand that. But I'm saying, I don't want to see like a ton of chiefs and not enough workers.
Yep, some great points. All 8 positions, proposed positions, would all be bottom-level, entry-level line staff, no chief officers, no administration. It's more boots on the ground to be able to handle the call volume that we currently can't satisfy with our staffing model that we have.
And if you don't hire these people, will you get the grant?
Well, they award you the grant prior to hiring. So, and then they give you a 6-month grace period to recruit and retain, or recruit and hire, excuse me.
But what happens if you don't?
They will be willing to give you small extensions if you can justify that you have actively pursued it and you have not been able to hire all 8 positions. I'm confident we will be able to do that, because part of the grant application process, you have to demonstrate that you have a hiring program and process in place that is quick, efficient, and you will be able to advertise, hire, onboard, et cetera, within a 6-month time frame. Our department is great at that. We have a process in place, and when we have an opening, that opening does not sit there for a long period of time. We fill it,
And do
because
you
we need those
benefit
positions.
that from that intern program you put in place?
I think it was a year in its infancy, so it was a great program, great first year. We just, again, don't have anything to say it's
No
going to be a
numbers yet.
feeder system. Exactly. Everything is so new. I think eventually it will pay dividends in keeping some of the local kids from the area in Londonderry who want to work for our department, which is super exciting for the future. I hope we see that.
I opened up a can of
There
worms.
was a young man on my son's my son's baseball team. My son's 7. His older brother's in high school who was in that program. He's going to be a senior this year. He wants to be a fireman. And he plans on going to school after, and he was one of the originals within that program. So again, it being the first year, but there is somebody that's already interested next year post-graduation who plans to go on to be a firefighter. So
The SAFER grant has been around since 2003. I don't think it's going away next year.
No, I understand. But you don't know how much you're gonna get next year. You don't know what they're gonna offer. It could be different grant. I mean, it changes. It's not always exactly, I'm not, again, I am very, very pro-fire. I think, their services, even though the police are valuable, I think their services get called a heck of a lot more. Personally, that's just what I hear when I'm listening. I feel that they've been behind an 8 ball for a long time, and they're trying to dig out, and they're trying to redo themselves, and they've got a lot. They've got buildings to catch up on, and they've got a lot to do. We seem to be a little more lenient towards police. No offense, I'm probably going to get pulled over when I leave here. But I feel like you've kind of been neglected a little bit. But that's just my opinion, and we don't know if this grant's going to be around again. There are a lot of grants that are disappearing on the federal level, a lot.
If I may touch on that point
Sure.
briefly. This grant almost was non-existent this year. It actually came up to sunset last year, this entire grant program, and at the 11th hour, there was reauthorization to keep it going. The parameters of the grant have also changed quite a bit. It used to be 100% funded salaries and benefits for 3 years. And you can see now that they're back to a percentage base where they contribute most of it front-loaded in the first 2 years and then sort of wean you off of it and then expect you to pick it up in year 4. So there's a chance this grant may be going away in the near future, depending on the political administration and their priorities that they set each year moving forward, as well as the parameters of the grant changing and more responsibility being placed on the awardee versus the federal government who's giving the award. So those are some of my concerns moving forward. And incrementally adding positions over time, although we very much appreciate that sentiment, adding 8 people over 8 years is just sort of putting a little bit of a Band-Aid on things. And 8 years from now, with what we're seeing in town growth and future development, we'll need 8 more positions after that, just by the time we add one a year over 8 years. So we're trying to get, again, sort of, I use this analogy with the fire station project, to a baseline where we can then build off of that. But to meet the safety standards for our firefighters and for the citizens will always be our top priority, to be able to provide the level of services that all deserve in this town.
You good, Deb?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank
Chief,
you.
how much money do you think we lose to another community when we call their ambulance service into Londonderry? Roughly.
I'll be honest with you, I don't have that number. What I can tell you, in putting together all of the statistical data that we need to gather to enter into this application portal, we are receiving mutual aid more times than we are giving it, which tells me that we're relying on our neighbors to help us out more than we're returning that help back to them, which is indicative of a organization who is understaffed.
Well, I ask you that because the night that Officer Dyer got into the accident, I went to the Elliott Hospital, and both our ambulances were tied up at the Elliott. So if we needed an ambulance here, now it comes out of another town. So we're losing that revenue. We've talked for years about increasing it. I know adding one person every year would take a while. I also have a hard time when you look at the numbers and say no to over $2 million of free money from the government to help us bring our staffing up to where we should be. For years, our fire department has asked for extra staff that were understaffed. And we have to count on mutual aid a lot. So I think this is a good thing to do. I know the numbers are scary. Justin, what's your thought? Do you think this can be worked out? I hate to put you on the spot.
Well, I guess I'd like to rephrase the question to Justin. With our current valuations right now, what would our tax rates be on these for people at home?
For which year are we looking? Are we looking for when it's 100% funded?
I guess 100% funded, but obviously we'll be incurring increased costs for the next 3 years too.
So I have this all out based on firefighters, AEMTs, and paramedics. So firefighter, you're looking in years, actually for pretty much all of them, in years 1 and 2, you're looking at about a 4.1 to 4.8% increase. Sorry, not percent, cents. Year 3, you're looking at between a 12.4 cent increase and a 13.4 cent increase. Year 5, you're looking at 19 to 21. That's not right. Nope. Got the decimal wrong. It's 0.4 cents, 0.41 cents to 0.48 in year 1 and 2. So not even a full penny. Year 3, it becomes a full penny, 1.24 to 1.34.
How is it only a full penny for $641,000?
Because I'm looking at the single firefighter.
828.
Because I'm looking at the single firefighter, not the 8.
For one.
Looking at one versus.
Yeah. So for 8 of them, I apologize. I have this all. It's one where there's too much information. So you're looking for 8 firefighters on a family plan. You're looking at 3.2 cents to 3.8 cents for years 1 and 2.
Right.
Year 3, you're looking at 9.9 cents to 10.7 cents. And then the full year where we're on our own, you're looking at 15.8 cents to 17.2 cents. What's important to keep in mind there is that 17 doesn't all come at once because the other years you are seeing the increase go towards it. So it gradually gets there, but you are seeing that significant jump from 75% covered, 35% covered, 0% covered.
And that's based off of today's valuations in the town?
Correct.
Right. So we could see increased valuations over time where that tax rate number could be different.
Correct. And it's also based on a somewhat stagnant insurance rate.
Right. We can hope.
Fingers crossed.
But certainly I, really
So-
hope that we can increase our people who staff our ambulances with this. I mean, certainly we have an issue with getting to all places within town and everywhere else. So certainly if we can get this approved, that'd be great.
But there's no guarantee we would get it.
No.
So.
There's no guarantee.
No, the purpose we're here tonight is to ask for authorization to go ahead and apply for it. We have to apply for it. As stated, it's a very competitive process. We wait to hear back. Once we receive the award, if we're lucky enough to have that happen, we would bring it back to the town council for acceptance of that award.
So I just threw, if you don't mind me jumping in here, I just threw a lot of sense at you and all this. And to put it in this perspective, on a $500,000 house, year 1 and 2 for a family plan, you'd see an increase between $16.30 and $19. Year 3, you'd see between $49.45 and $53.60. And year 4, you'd see $79.20 to $86.10.
And that's on a $500,000 home?
Correct.
So if I may just add one more thing.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you listening to us tonight. The need for staffing is not going to go away. We'll continue to bring forth, both through the regular budgetary process as well as any other types of things like grants or alternative sources of revenue that we can leverage towards offsetting the cost. But we will continue to bring forth requests for increased staffing on an annual basis. You have not only anecdotal information from the fire department telling you for years that we're understaffed, but you also have independent third parties such as your ISO rating and other reports that you've paid for to look at your staffing model, and they're telling you that they're inefficient for what you have today, not even looking at what you're projecting for growth moving into the future. So this problem isn't going to go away, and we're just asking, would you like us to seek the application this year? And if not, I would really like to discuss with you all how we move forward into looking at this for next application cycle or other ways to fund the much-needed additional staffing in the department.
Dan and then Sean.
Okay.
So, Chief, you said it went from 100% and now we're less than 100% funding. That's what they used to do for safer grants.
There was a period of years where they offered 100% for
Yep.
3 years, correct?
So I got a question for the town manager.
I'm here, sir.
I don't know how to do this. I'm just going to throw it out. Let's say we go for this grant. Is there any way we can put it to the voters in March and say, we applied for this grant. Do you want us to continue move forward with it or not?
If
I don't know.
if we apply for this grant and they award it to us,
Yep.
we're telling them that we're committed to taking that money because other communities are all going to apply for that.
Oh, no.
And that means if we're going to do this, we're going to do this.
Yep.
And that means you're going to authorize me to sign that grant agreement, which means we're committing to paying those cost shares as it's indicated here, whatever the number is. So we're committed to doing that. At the end of that third year, then theoretically you don't have to, there is no grant requirement that you have to keep providing those positions. But are you going to lay off 8 people and then reduce the level of service?
No.
Probably highly unlikely that you would do that.
I'm just looking at, is there a mechanism somehow to bring to the voters?
Well, the way people would do that is you would do that in March, authorize the next cycle to do that in advance.
Right.
Because you're, as Councilor Faber indicated, you're making a long-term commitment.
Yep.
Not a one-time expenditure like a fire station repair, but a long-term commitment that costs money year over year that continues to grow. So you just have to think about that if that's what you choose to do for this number of firefighters. Other communities have applied for 4 and been successful. That's another option for you. And if you look at the 1 per year for the next 8 year, that's pretty close to
That's
that,
what I
right?
was
Because
gonna
at the
suggest
4th year,
next, yeah.
you'd be funding another one.
Yeah, so why did we go for 8 instead of 4?
Is to meet the objective of the grant. When you read these notice of funding opportunities, you have to be very keen on what it says. And to be able to be successful, put all this work and effort into it, you need to be able to meet their objectives. Where we are staffed with 13 right now, we're sort of that in-between mode where we meet some standards, but we don't meet others. So the one that we need to work towards is NFPA 1710. And the only way to meet that standard is by adding 8 people. 4 would not do that. So to put all the effort and work into it for 4 people, it's wasted effort in my opinion. We need to apply for 8 to be able to demonstrate we're working towards that standard. That's the intent of the grant program, and that's how we're going to have much better chance of being successful in applying for those funds.
So these grants, do they sometimes, like let's say you're asking for 8, do they sometimes come back and say, we can't give you 8, we'll give you X?
If you apply for 8, you'll either get 8 or 0.
Okay.
Yeah, they won't reduce
what
it down, the number down.
Yep, thank you.
Sean, you had a question next?
The only other thing I thought about, because you said, how would you like us to come back forward? And I'm still contemplating this entire thing, but I think like going forward, the town manager has brought up before of having justification as we gather data for these kind of things. So it's not anecdotal and it's not just more staff because more staff. There are things we're going to do as we get into, and hopefully we go down the road of strategic budgeting, which I'm learning more and more about. I think as we do that helps show justification for this more. Like I said, my only holdout in thinking about all this is just not putting things in front of the voters troubles me, and especially a long-term commitment. So that's kind of what I'm contemplating.
So
Let me just ask a question. I just want to ask a question from your response to Dan. So the way I took your response to Dan was you didn't want to apply for 4, even if the council would support 4. You're saying you wouldn't apply for 4. Is that how I took it? I just want to make sure I took that right from you. I just want to make sure because Dan kind of asked. I thought you asked a good question. Like,
yeah, but I think what he's saying is we want to get to this standard. In order to get to the standard that we're applying for this grant, we need the 8, because then we're not shooting for this standard. We're just trying to fill in between.
Right.
I would say if we do apply for it, probably the 8 makes more sense than 4, just because it's going towards the standard. But like, I'm still not.
You got a better
decided.
shot of getting
does
it.
that lower your
That's what I'm saying.
insurance too? like our Primex insurance, because we have better coverage, better responses, less liability for the town.
That's Justin, I
have-
don't know the answer.
Justin.
I
Any-
don't know.
Am I crazy?
Don't
Doesn't
know.
affect
On a
our
crazy
Primex.
train
It doesn't,
tonight.
Primex
Oh,
insurance is our liability.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Okay.
affect anything?
It doesn't affect our Primex insurance. What the insurance they're talking about is your ISO rate for homeowners insurance, but the reality of it is we're talking about a few dollars in residential. It's more effective for commercial. That's where the ISO rating makes a difference. So there'd be more appreciable savings for commercial factories, warehouses, and those sorts of
Yeah,
things.
I was just trying to
No,
figure
no,
out a way to
it's a good
justify
question.
and figure it out. I mean, and by doing this, I mean, would we be moving forward? When we talked about more money, like, is this something that, like, impact fees in the future, because it depends on buildings and we need better response time, and you wouldn't be able to apply anything?
No,
Okay.
that's operating expenses, and that impact fees would not go towards that.
That only goes towards, like, adding more trucks or something
Infrastructure, vehicles, those sorts of things that are
for
new.
the building.
Yeah, a building that.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Dan.
So, Mr. Town Manager, when the fire department presented their budget last year, how many firefighters did they ask for? How many personnel?
Well, it was 11 positions altogether.
They asked for 11.
Yes.
So, all right,
As you know, we asked for 2 and we got 1.
Right.
Which I thought was good.
right, all right.
So I say we move forward with this item, at least have them apply for it. We may not get it. There may be other communities who have a higher priority of receiving the funds, who may only be asking for 4 people, but I think that this would be a good idea for us to move forward at this time. I'll make the motion for the Londonderry Town Council to authorize the town manager to submit an application for the federal FY 2025 staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grant programs on behalf of the town of Londonderry.
Second.
I have a motion from Ted and a second from Sean. Any further discussion? I'm going to just say for the record that I support you guys 100%. It's just with this particular item, I just think it's not fiscally responsible for us as a town to apply for it. If we get it, we're not going to say no to the money. Let's not be silly. If we get the, we're going to accept it. So I just think that the town just can't afford this. So, I just think it's going to hurt the average taxpayer. So, but I think we'll move forward with it. So,
I will say, we do have a right to vote. And if something new information comes up and we decide and we hear from
That's
the
fine.
public and the public says we're busting the budget with this, even if we get approved for it and the public wants us
Yep.
not to approve it, I will vote not to approve it, accepting it if we get it later.
Okay.
I just want it, but right now I think, applying for the grant makes sense.
okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes no. 4-1. Motion passes. Thank you guys for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Happy grant filling out.
Yeah.
That is not fun.
Now the work begins. Or continues, I should say.
Alrighty, what's
All right.
next?
Up next, discuss and approve a process to evaluate the town manager.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry. May I interrupt you for just a moment? Not that these other 2 items are not important, but would you consider moving the library up?
I'm going to be here anyway.
Sure.
That way they can go home.
Thank you, sir.
Wish
I
you would have
appreci-
asked me before the meeting. I would have done it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But thank you, I appreciate that. We have staff here, but anyway.
So we're going to go to...
First thing under old business.
So we're going to go out of order and take the library first.
Thank you, Mr.
Approve
Chairman.
the
I approve your
expenditures of
consideration.
$572,461 to address library Phase 2A building envelope repairs. And Ms. Plant, you're going to take it? Okay.
Thank you. So we're back before you with pretty much the same information we brought forth at the May 18th meeting. I can do a quick recap if that's helpful before
Yes, please.
I give you the newest information. So on May 18th, I gave you a little bit of an update in terms of the scope of the work that's currently happening, which we're calling Phase 1, with the addition of the insurance repairs. We are, in terms of cost, these are essentially two separate projects. So what you see in the green box on the left side of the screen is scope of the original Phase 1, which included the investigation of the building's exterior envelope, mold remediation, and the repairs for that exploration work and the mold damage. And then the insurance part covers more of the repairs specific to the pipe burst that happened at the end of January. The part I've highlighted is just to show you the limited area where those scopes overlap. And then when you actually look at costs, the green chart there is what's been authorized by Town Council thus far for Phase 1 work, total of $404,554. And then the insurance claim that came through for the pipe burst repairs totaled $335,871.94. We are here to talk about Phase 2. We've split Phase 2 into two parts, Part A and Part B. Part A, the timeline we're looking at is fiscal year 26 and 27. So the estimate that REARC put together for us was a total of $572,461. That includes engineering and design work related to how our rooftop units currently sit on the roof there's been many different terms for it, but essentially a bowl shape, which causes the snow to pile up over the winter, and our rooftop units essentially sit in feet of snow on the roof, which has caused problems over the 30 years that they've been there. It also includes preventative measures to cover that in-between time until Part B happens that will still protect the building from things like high humidity. That's why we are renting cooling units, and to also install glycol in the heating system, which will prevent, ideally, further freezing from happening over the winters. It also includes what we've identified as the essential external envelope recommendations from the investigation work that happened in Phase 1. And those reports are all attached to the agenda tonight as well, including there's lots of photos on them. And then Part B looks like a timeline more fiscal year 28. And the discussion there is likely that it would go to the voters. And that would involve basically the results of the engineering work, the recommendation that comes from that to somehow raise the rooftops or move the rooftop units and enclose the lower roof, and to also replace those units because they are not in good condition. Total estimate there, $854,037. Any questions about scope or cost estimates before I go on to?
Anybody have any questions? Because we did ask a lot of questions 2 meetings ago.
Yeah, I just want to say, and I've said it in other presentations, I appreciate having this well in advance.
Yeah.
This was great. Thank you again for this presentation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to say too, I appreciate you guys giving it to us and having a couple of meetings to digest it. So that was much appreciated.
So the slide that I added for tonight is just in regards to the funding for Phase 2A specifically. Similar to the project for Station 2, we are looking at potentially taking some unexpended operating budget funds from FY26 and then combining that on if needed basis, kind of what Justin spoke to, for the fire station project from expendable maintenance. And I put a little asterisk in there that we are very aware that, even though we're close to the end of the fiscal year, we know the exact numbers are kind of changing moment to moment. So we are aware that it's contingent on what's left in the budget, essentially, and those other current projects that you're having to consider. I believe that's my last slide there.
Any other questions?
I got a question.
Good, Dan.
So when you're talking about Phase 2A funding, FY 26 operating budget.
Mhm.
Are you looking at the library budget, or are you looking at the town budget?
I believe, and okay, I can ask Justin to speak to this too, but from my understanding, anything that's left over in the library budget is already being put towards phase 1. So there is going to be no additional unexpended funding left for phase 2.
Here comes Justin.
So it'll be, the library budget will be fully expended, and any under from other departments will go to assist in these two projects.
And how much are you looking at from other departments?
So, give me 1 second.
Yep.
I'm anticipating the library being able to provide approximately 110,000.
From the library or from the?
From the library, so the rest will come from other departments.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? What do we want to do?
I
No, no.
just think that we can't even say, what do you want to do? We're so into it.
Hmm?
What are you going to say? Oh, no, and then just leave it sit as is? You've now opened this gate, and we've
Mhm.
got to keep moving forward. There is really no, what are we going to do? Because we don't have an option.
Mhm.
The option is you got to keep moving forward.
Mhm. So I'll take a motion.
So I move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby authorizes the town manager to apply fiscal year 26 operating budget funds for the purpose of Phase 2A of the Leach Library Building Project.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
And a second from Ted. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0.
And I'll move that the Londonderry Town Council hereby approves Order 2026-12, which authorizes up to $125,000 from the Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund and directs the trustees of the trust fund to disperse said funds for Phase 2A of the Leach Library Building Project.
I have a motion from Sean.
Second.
A second from Ted. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative.
Mr. Chair, this is why we have to maintain our buildings.
Agree?
For sure.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
No?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for hearing us early tonight. I appreciate that very much.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
All right, going backwards.
Yeah.
That's where you're at.
Dan Aykroyd?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Okay. So I put this on the agenda because I wanted us to discuss as a council how to move forward. So we first tried to have a 360 evaluation program, and that ended up being too expensive. Then we tried a lesser expensive program, and that didn't pass any cybersecurity rules. I discussed another path forward with the town manager, and I got information tonight that due to union objections, I need to review further the evaluation process and work on a new altered path or move forward. I'd like the review process to be completed by the end of September 26th. In the meantime, while I work through these concerns with Mr. Mulholland, I was wondering how the council would feel if I asked Mr. Mulholland to provide us his self-review so we could review that while we try to figure out how to move forward. So at least we have a document that we could at least look at in the meantime. And we'll try to figure out a path forward with a review. And I figured, would it be appropriate to give him like a month, like till next month, to give it to us, like the next meeting, like
I
the
mean, we
second
were supposed
meeting?
to receive it by April 1st, the self-review, and we still haven't received that, so.
Yeah, I think
Right.
that's the good first step to kick off any process that we, and, as we've done in prior years.
I know he's very willing to work with me to figure out a process, so I just wanted to ask the council how they felt if we asked for the self-review in the meantime while we try to figure out a process to move forward.
And our first process should have been that we received the self-review by April 1st. We have not gotten that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I know we've talked about this, and you know we were going to hire a company and everything, and I just don't understand why it's so complicated to do a review on him. I don't think we need a company to do it. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I think if we get his information and you and him put a plan together on how to evaluate him and we'll bring it to the board and we can discuss it and move forward on this.
Okay.
So I'll agree with Dan too.
Sean, this
Look at
is
this.
twice tonight.
I know, what the heck?
Turn over a new leaf.
Okay.
No, I don't think this needs to be ultra complicated, and I don't. You know, we've tried the software Resolve. We tried like 300. We don't need to purchase a bunch of stuff. I think one, it is a good first step, and I think we do need time to process and think about. You know, and you gain new information tonight, so it's just, you know, we got to figure it out and do it right. But I don't think it needs to be that complicated. In the end of the day, we're doing a review. We've done a review for town managers before. This isn't anything, you know. And I do agree. We don't want to delay this any further. I think getting the good first step out of the way is proceeding somewhere tonight while we figure out the second step. But we need the first step anyway, so we've got a little bit of time, but not a ton.
So, Mr. Chair, on the information that was provided to us in the packet, that doesn't work, is what you're saying?
Well, I have to reevaluate because I learned at 6:08 tonight that that the union is going to tell their members not to move forward with this process. So I need to speak. I haven't had a chance to even speak to the town manager about this to get where we can move forward to. So I need to figure out if there is a next step, or do we just do what you and Sean just suggested and just have him perform his self-result. We just need to talk about how we want to do it, move forward. That's all I'm just saying. I had a plan all typed out here, all ready to go tonight, and it is now changed.
Yeah, because the stuff we had gotten in the packet I thought was good.
Yeah,
you know, to
so,
start moving forward.
So, I just wanted to ask if, in the meantime, will Mr. Mulholland and I work out the details here, or figure out what we can move forward?
I do have one question on that.
Yeah.
Because in the end of the day, don't we work out how he's being reviewed? I don't know why he's working out how he's being reviewed. That just seems odd to me.
Okay. I believe it was on.
I think just getting his input on, you know, how we can do it, because you're not going to go through a company or anything like that. And we can accept it, we can reject it, but at least we have.
Just the way it was worded, it stuck out as funny to me. That's
It's
all.
getting late, Sean.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
ask them the appropriate way. But I have a question.
Go ahead.
Because I don't understand. What are you saying about the union? Like,
I
don't understand.
haven't evaluated. They've just told me that they're going to tell that they're going to ask their members not to cooperate. That's all I know right now. I have to
On
look
him?
for it. I don't know anymore. I just got it today. I got to look into it more. I'm just saying.
He's not union, right?
No, he is not. But the proposal that we presented was going to be to have department heads
all
review.
of them. Yeah, that wouldn't be good to do.
And this could be,
I
Deb,
can
because
understand how that could.
Okay.
Deb, this
I
could-
can understand how that would work.
Okay, so
might
it's-
want to step away with all these investigations and everything else going
So-
on.
What am I doing?
Who knows?
I don't understand.
So, do you feel like providing him 30 days to provide that to us is reasonable?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that reasonable to you, sir?
Yeah, I just, what's the criteria that you're using, or do you want me to propose one to you? How do you? for some- I know you don't want
I
65.
didn't know if you and I wanted to talk about it because I
How
just.
did we do it last year?
He wasn't here.
No, I know he wasn't
No,
here. But I mean, how do we do it in the past?
So in the past, well, we had the town manager present us with a written self-evaluation, and then we reviewed it as a council. We discussed it, and then we put our own input into it, and then.
Yeah, I'm saying what criteria did we give for the self-evaluation? I think that's what he's asking
Oh,
for, and I'm just
in the past, it's been different for different people. We've never had a standard criteria that I know of.
Okay, so it's just been kind of free.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Do
can
you
do
have-
that, and if you don't, if
Yeah.
you want changes to that, I can just change
Yeah.
it.
So,
As Council Faber stated, we don't need to make it more complicated than what
Yeah.
it is. I'll provide, it'll be just a matter of pages.
Yeah.
We talked about this before, it won't be.
Well, I'll say, in the past, there was a 62-page one. but-
Oh, yeah.
Not gonna do that.
We don't do that.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
do that. Be a lot less than that.
Yeah.
Maybe 10% of that. All right, so I'll get that to you.
is that fair though? 30
Yeah, no,
days? Is
that
that
makes
reasonable? Because I want to be fair to you also, sir.
Yeah.
Because you've
So this has been brought up twice
Yeah.
tonight about why it wasn't done April 1st, and you and I have talked about
Yeah.
this. We were looking at the 360
Yeah,
program.
yeah.
So that's why it wasn't done.
That's why I've been trying to be upfront with everybody here. Like, we looked at that program, it was too expensive, then we tried a different program, and
That's
it
right.
just didn't work out cybersecurity wise. And then we tried this program, and now we might have to alter again, but.
And the code says that you, the chairperson, will coordinate those.
Correct, that's why I'm trying to coordinate
Which is
that.
what you're
I'm
doing.
working with you, I think you've been very cooperative with me. We've been
Yeah.
working well together, I think, as far as the process. So, so if the council's good with that, we'll move forward there. And as soon as. we
Keep
have-
it simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right. Up next, we have something positive. Chairman, or I said chairperson, Paul, brought to my attention about doing a farmer's market. So I thought it'd be great to put on the agenda, discuss as a council. And I think that a couple of things that were discussed with me was that we should do it so that the town isn't involved. It's not costing the town any money.
Well, that's why I was surprised when I saw it on here.
Yeah.
I had all full intentions of moving forward
Yeah.
with or without you
Yeah.
guys. I think,
You had asked me to put it on,
Right.
and I felt like it was important for us to discuss. I mean, if we can do something positive, I mean, you had Sean even agree with you that he wanted this. So, no, just so I was going to turn it over to you so that you could kind of take the lead on this and kind of,
well, I want to give you a big picture.
yeah,
So I had mentioned that I'd love to start an agricultural committee.
yeah,
I started the Green Team, which is a nonprofit group in regards to sustainability. We happen to focus a lot on gardening,
Yep.
composting, educating. And the whole goal is to have an agricultural committee, which I would love to be on, where we would encourage homeowners. We would work with, the big picture is not only will homeowners be creating, more farms, little mini farms, so we're working on mini farms, nature parks, pocket parks, trails, just like different things in the town which create a quality of life, okay? This is the thing that kind of glues the town. This is our actual who we are, which we've never really discussed. Who is Londonderry? What does
Right.
Londonderry want to be? Do we want to be artisans? Do we want to be farmers? Do we want to be a big city? What do you want in this community? And personally, I like the fact that we were rooted in farm, that we should embrace that artisism, that whole thing. I mean, we have we have sculptures. I'd love to encourage that, work with the schools to have more of that. The bigger picture is, maybe work with some of the larger farms, not for the farmer's market necessarily. I want to encourage the farmer or the resident that grows tomatoes and has bundles and bundles of them and wants to come down and share, and maybe make a little money off of there. So that's it. That's the whole thing. But to be able to have, a place like the Green Team went to the state approved it. Unfortunately, it didn't go any further. We were going to put, when you're walking on the rail trail at exit 5 and you go under the highway, and there's the two, roads, and there's always graffiti there, and we're always having to redo it. And we were encouraging maybe that our kids at the high school could come and paint and do, because they tend not to touch each other's artwork.
Yep.
Which would have been wonderful, and maybe encourage them to go to our dump and get some recycled metal and create some wind sculptures to add ambiance to the trail, to get the state to put in a wildflower in between the two. So now when you're walking, it becomes more of a destination. You could look at places like the Aviation Museum, and I ran this by Jeff. He thought it was a fantastic idea. You know, the trail goes by there. You have maybe a mural that young kids participate in, showing the history of flight. You have some food trucks. You have some gardens. Maybe put some more wind art. I know I'm going on.
No, so I just want to keep you on point,
These are
because
things that kind of excite me, and that's how all of it plays.
we had put on the agenda the farmer's market, so I just want to make sure if we want to talk about this.
It's
So you're looking at,
a piece of the bigger puzzle.
okay,
You kind of got to take baby steps, and so
Okay.
that was something I wanted to do years ago. I ended up going over and working with the Derry guys to get it done. Now we have an opportunity to do it here, and I'd like to move that forward with the green team.
yeah,
We're going to be giving up our meadow because the dirt there that we got from Andy, he was nice enough to give it to us. May his soul rest in peace. It's too much. It doesn't have water there, too much sun. The soil itself is just all rocks. We tried and tried and tried, and we had our best yield this year, but we have a few benches we were going to donate to the town for back here. So the green team was
right.
going to kind of handle.
So just to
farmers.
stay on topic here, so for the farmer's market,
Yeah.
is this, I know it's a piece of the cog, but we had talked about this last meeting, and I said put it on the agenda so we could discuss it and have you take the lead with it, but not cost the town any money with it. Just, yeah, so then you could organize it and have it set up so that farmers could come. You had mentioned, I think, during the Concerts on the Common, was that what you mentioned?
Yeah.
Don't put words in your mouth, like, to have them come, would they come, like, before?
It would probably be 3 to 7.
Okay, so
3 in the
before
afternoon
the concert.
to 7,
Okay.
yes. And I had talked to, I think it was Larry from the concerts.
Mhm.
I had said it would be nice if we could get the concerts to start at 6 so that we could have like a local band, a garage band, have an opportunity to play, but it would give us entertainment, which again helps us not having to pay for entertainment to come or encourage entities. Because the more things you have, this is what makes Derry's Market nice. They have entertainment, they have artisans there. You don't just want to just say, here's, watermelons, 10 cents. That's
Right.
not what you're doing. It's not that kind of a farmer's
Right.
market. So you need to have pieces there. There will be restrictions. I've written most of it up. I've got it all pretty much done. I was going to call it the Apple Way Farmers Market, building community one market at a time. And I had planned on, if somebody wanted to come, we'll have it. We can do one time or sign up for the whole summer. The whole summer, be at discounted rate, so they would pay to be there. Now you can't just come there and sell jewelry. You can't just come there and sell. It's got to be stuff that you have made and or are giving a demonstration on making it.
Okay. Now, in this that we asked to put together, it didn't say anything about anyone paying. So I just want to make sure
Well,
if we're going to do that,
501c3 would have nothing
Okay.
to do with the town.
Okay, so that's,
Because
okay.
you have to, we have to maintain that area.
Yeah.
You can't let it fall
That's
in
fine.
disarray.
I'm just asking a
Have
question.
Signs and stuff. You have to. We may need police. I mean,
Right.
those things are going to cost money, and that money has to come from.
And the other thing that was brought up I don't know if you saw the packet thing.
I
It
did-
just,
I kinda
it just
looked at
asked
it.
about the insurance.
I
So
haven't even
it
gotten
just said
far
that,
yet.
any organization would have to be willing to adhere to any insurance policies and restrictions that the town had.
Yeah.
So if you're willing to take that on, I would welcome it. I think that the
Well, I
council
have to
support, I don't want to speak for Dan, but I think the council would support you.
We have to write up the whole thing.
Yeah.
I haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
I've got a draft.
Yeah.
I would like to be able to say, not worry that piece of land. So I have to wait for the whole decision. And this is why I haven't come forward on this, because now I have to wait for your whole decision on the meeting house. Because that comes into play. Because if you tear down the building, you turn it onto a parking lot, what happens to the pavilion? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it all depends.
Wait, I'm confused. I
You
thought
could still do it.
I thought you were doing
Well,
the
I
farmer's
wanted
market on
to-
the.
It's within this calendar year, right?
What, that I'm going to do it?
The farmer's market, yeah.
No, I'm not going to start till next year.
Okay.
So that's what I'm
That helped
kind
the
of been
time.
like.
Gotcha.
There's no way I could pull all of that together in a couple of
I-
months.
I didn't
There's
know.
no
No,
way.
That makes sense.
No,
I just, for some reason, was
I mean, people
thinking that in
book
my head.
themselves out in advance.
Yeah.
My thing is I kind of wanted to see how that was going to play out, and because you know, I want to be able to get into an agreement with the town, written agreement, that, you know, we're gonna we'll take care of this, we'll do this, and, you know, we don't have to worry that, all right, we did it in 2027, now 2028, screw you, it's gone, we're gonna be doing this. Now I gotta redo the whole thing all over again, or lose, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to be
So-
mindful of all the.
So what if I do this? If I say to you, when you're ready, let me know, we'll put it on the agenda, and we'll just so you know that the council's aware of it. But then I'll let you take the lead on it, you let me know when you're ready, how's that?
I'll have it done soon.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I have one other thought
Go ahead.
of a potential different location, but that might be more visibility. Potentially working with whoever owns the Crossroads Mall, the very end of their parking lot, potentially that might be a good location, as their parking lot's really never full, and especially that back end, to be able to set up for vendors there, it might be better visibility, I'm just thinking.
So you want it on the cement?
I was thinking that the cement there on that, at the end of their parking lot area, might be better visibility for customers to, or people driving by saying, oh, hey, they got a farmer's market here, I'll come by and buy something. Where compared to hiding back at the pavilion at the Lions Hall.
Well, I was hoping to take up that whole space, like we plan to use the greens as well. The only reason I shy from that is, the reason why the pavilion's nice is if people had little carts or tables, they would be able to cover them up and leave them like they do in Derry. They leave them, the little wagons and
Okay.
stuff out there, so they don't have to take them in and out, back and forth.
Hmm.
That's kind of a nice thing. Plus, if it
Yeah.
rains, you always have cover. If you don't have a pop-up tent, at least you have cover. So there's pros and cons. I like Ted's idea. Maybe you have 2 spots.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
that-
But obviously, it would have to
Whenever-
be in coordination of that real estate owner. So that would
Whenever
be-
you're ready, come back to me and,
okay.
All right.
But I
That's
do think that you need to really embrace all of it. Is you need to have the agricultural committee.
okay.
I'm
So
not
I'll put
exactly
that-
sure how we set that up. When I did the utility committee, the council just agreed, understood its mission, and we had a year to kind of lay things out.
Okay. I got that down, I will, when I'm talking to the town manager about other things, I will find out how we go ahead
Come on,
that process, because I don't,
You don't understand?
no, I said I'll find out how we go through with that process to get the agricultural committee, that's it.
Yeah.
I understand what you want, but if there's a process we have to go through to do it, that's, because we want to have it be a standing committee, right, like,
Yeah, kind of like utility.
yeah.
It would be the same sort of thing. And underneath it, under the agricultural committee would fall groups like Beautify Londonderry, the trails.
See, that's where we gotta get, now you're getting the deep, okay.
But that
Cool.
they're all. I've spoke to all of them. I haven't spoke to Trails though. But they're kind of interested in that sort of thing because
Okay.
they're running out of people, and their things overlap.
Yeah.
Like that's why the Green Teams works with those other groups because
I'm with you, Deb.
kinda
When you're ready, I will get some answers for you about how we put together an agriculture committee, and we'll,
All right, yay.
all right. Next is discuss and approve the 2028 budget schedule. It was something that's housekeeping, I believe, right, sir? We just
Yeah, we
missed
talked
it.
about it before, you didn't
So
actually make a motion.
if everyone is good with the schedule that was proposed by myself, Bob Slater, and
Kate
Burbidge, sorry, I mean to forget Kate, I'll accept a motion to accept the budget schedule.
Is this something we need to vote on, or we just have a consensus? Because I don't have any problem with the schedule, I just.
It says that I'm supposed to propose it to you. It actually doesn't say what you're supposed to do next, but presumably you would approve it because we're presenting to you. So
not a big
presumably
deal
you'd vote
for
to do that.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we approve that.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion from Dan, a second from Ted. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative, 5-0. Thank you. All right. Up next, on the consent items, I'm going to pull the approval for both attorneys and put them on the next agenda so that People can look at, well, I'll have both proposals in there, and they can look at the old and the new proposal. And Mr. Mulholland, I had one person ask if we could see the old agreement with Sheehan Finney, so they could compare it to the new one, so they know what got taken off. Is that something you could provide to the council, and then we
I can
could?
try to find it, but that's,
Okay.
I'm guessing it's pretty old.
Okay. I just
I'll
had
try to
someone
find
ask me if they could compare just to see what got taken off from the old one and the new one.
Yeah, yeah. No,
You
yeah.
may need to reach out to Miss Bailey for that.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
either way.
She would probably have that, yeah.
Either way, if that's something that I think, to Dan's point, I think we pull them both off. We put them both on. I have them both there. People can compare. So I would want to pull those two out of the consent. We'll put them on the next consent.
Just one
calendar.
thing on that, if I may.
Yeah, please.
That means July 1, you don't have any legal counsel at all, because they're changing their rates to $3.75. That's the only problem with that one. So do you want to at least continue them until that date, so that way you have someone at least to call?
Can we do that? Can we just continue?
Yeah.
Okay, do we need a vote or consensus? Or?
You do, because
Okay,
you're expending-
all right. Can I accept a motion to continue on so we can pull these two off the agenda and have them match up?
I believe that's what the situation was supposed to be.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, so the Sheehan
Yeah.
Finney one, you're just going to continue until July 6th?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, that's just, if we could just continue with the current agreement till July 6th, that way we can all review it, and everyone will be able to see what both proposals are and what was taken out of the old one and put in the new one and all that.
And the Shaheen Gordon one will be,
I will have it provided.
okay.
I'll ask them to maintain the same rate till that date?
Yes, yeah, if that's,
Yeah. For
5
absolutely.
more days,
Then we're
they
all
can
Yeah.
on the same
probably 5 days.
Then we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Good thinking.
So you need a motion for
I need a
that?
motion.
I'll make a motion that we remove,
That we,
we continue the service with Shaheen and Finney till July 1?
July 6th.
Six.
July
Yes.
6th,
Under current conditions.
under
Yeah.
current conditions.
I have a
Second
motion
that.
from Dan, a second from Ted. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you, sir, for pointing that out. And now with the rest of the consent items, I'll accept the motion to approve the rest of the consent items.
So moved.
Mr. Chair, you've removed number 3 and number 4.
That is correct.
So number 1 and number 2.
So
Yes.
we're approving number 1 and 2.
Correct.
So moved.
Motion from Dan,
Second.
second from Sean. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes in the affirmative. All right. Up next, liaison reports. Anybody have any liaison reports? Deb, go.
Continuing on a positive note, I went to the Old Home Day meeting. I'm not on there, but I went just to see what they were doing. And it looks like they're making some great progress. And I was excited because they have a few new things, which new things are good because that perks people's attentions. It's not the same old, same old. So I thought that was exciting. I also had my rec meeting where Art was talking about his retirement. But the best part of the rec meeting was we had kids from middle school show up and a gentleman who was in his 30s all inquiring about the skate park and how they want to move it forward, and they're trying to get stuff going. So that was good. Talked about positively about the camps and what's going on. That was all very great. Then I went out and talked to the Legion in honor of Flag Day. I tried to get it done for Memorial Day, could not. We went to the Legion, they donated the flags, so if anyone's noticed, we have 63 flags on the town common right now. The flags, 50 of them are regular flags for the 50 states. 13 of them have 13 stars for the 13 colonies in honor of the 250th. The Legion paid for the flags. Mr. Slater donated the rebar. My husband and myself cut that up, and Miss Perez went to Home Depot and got them to donate the plastic and the couplings and all of the zip ties needed. So we assembled all of that, my husband and myself and my oldest daughter, and then with a few more people, we put all the flags up. So they're now up there. I walked, oh, he's not here, with Dave Wally, and I made sure that there were appropriate spots that I could put them in, and I did his pattern. So that went up, so a big thanks for that. I think it makes our town common look beautiful. So that was good. We had the green team had a big plant sale, which was truly successful, thanks to Kyle at Max Apples, who donated the tomatoes and the peppers. And then we had Tom Estee donate this geranium thing that was about this big. And that got raffled off, and the Blue Lions came to help us, so that was a great success. And then they had the Antiques Appraisal, which I draw Buzz down for. That was a very good success, as it always is. Different, though, because it was on a Saturday instead of a Sunday. Last week we had the adult ed graduation. Now we have the regular graduation, so yeehaw. We also had a ton of state championships. Unfortunately, we didn't move on, but making it to states is also very positive. And then on Sunday, I finished off my week with the retirement of the flag ceremony at the Legion. So that was my week.
Awesome.
So, quick question. When's Art's last day? Is it July 1st?
He keeps threatening.
Oh.
It's all different
No,
days.
it's the end of August.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
They're doing a transition for the 2-month period.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
He keeps threatening.
Just want to make sure we say goodbye properly.
Any other further liaison reports?
Mr. Chair, I just want to ask.
Yeah,
I think this is our last meeting with all this paper.
it is. I was told that.
So how do we move forward, getting all the information?
It's all in the folders on the computer.
Tanya and I are available for limited
Yeah.
tutorials. No, just kidding. But yeah, it's all on the computers for you.
Ted's been doing that for a long time now.
Oh, yeah.
Techie stuff.
Pretty easy.
Dan, I am with you, okay? You see I have paper in front of me, so.
I'll have to print it.
It was told this morning, we're gonna move forward with this. That's what we voted on, so we're moving forward.
All right.
Dan, I'll be in the same boat you are.
All right.
You see me up here writing,
You got
so.
your papers, I got my papers.
So,
Have faith in you guys.
We have the groundbreaking for the new SAU building happening next Tuesday. Is that correct, Mr. Mulholland?
Yes, the 23rd, yes.
That afternoon. Originally it was going to be tomorrow afternoon, but it got moved out another week, right? So we had the Wild Apples big event for their literary magazine back in May. I wasn't able to present on that before, but it was a good event, even though it was raining most of the day, but it seemed to start to clear off, but there's well attendance there. And I think they're supposed to be presenting copies to the council at some point, potentially in a few more meetings, but usually they present it right after. I don't know where they were last meeting. And then obviously the Council on the Commons for the past 2 weeks have been very well attended. The Fleetwood Mac band this past week was pretty incredible, I gotta say. I hope we can get them back for future years. That's all I got right now.
Mr. Chair, don't forget, next Tuesday is the cookout for our employees.
yes,
So if you guys want to cook, I already cooked last year, I'm cooking again this year.
good.
I'll make those burgers just right for you guys.
Any other liaison reports? All right, Mr. Town Manager.
I'll just go through the agenda for the next couple of meetings real quick. Public hearing scheduled, as you know, for the traffic code for parking on Plainview Drive and Delta Drive. Discuss petition to reclassify cul-de-sac on Ashley Drive to a public way. Discuss TC 103 traffic management policy and the proposed amendments to the traffic code, chapter 301. Discuss and authorize the town manager to request shifting previously allocated New Hampshire State Bridge Aid Program funding from the Stokes Road Bridge Project to the Hall Road Bridge Project. Discuss and approve transfer of funds from the Transportation Capital Reserve Fund to the General Fund to purchase traffic speed data collection devices. Presentation of petition to form a special water assessment district if we get all the cards in on time. Review and discuss an amendment to the fire prevention regulations. Discuss the consideration of owner consent to list the Reverend Morrison Meeting House on the New Hampshire State Registry of Historic Places. Authorization to sign the consent form as originally discussed on August 18th of 2025. On July 20th, as I indicated before, we have two items now, but Discuss and authorize the town manager to execute off-site improvement agreement for the Procopia project. And then the other item is the strategic plan. So, I mean, again, it's light right now, but that, of course, will change. Things will get added to it as that normally happens. And that is, just one other thing you might want to consider. Obviously, it's no secret to anybody, there's a fair amount of tension between different members of the council here. And obviously, the relationship with the manager is, needless to say, a bit strained. So one of the things you may wish to consider is bringing a group like Braver Angels in to facilitate discussion. It's not mediation, but facilitate a discussion to try to bridge those divides. It's been successful at the New Hampshire legislature, as you know, Chairman Dunn.
Yep, it has been.
And it's been successful other places. It doesn't cost anything. It may be something that is worth trying because obviously we are not making a whole lot of progress, and we could make a lot more for the people that we collectively serve if we could get our act together.
I would agree with you, sir. It's a very good organization.
Yeah.
Very positive results, so.
So if that's something the council would like to do, I could get that coordinated.
I'm fine with it. I think they're excellent.
I think
people.
that's great. I
They're,
think it's a
they're,
good idea.
they're really good people, so I'd be in favor of it, so.
I think it's something I want to think of.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying I can speak from, I've seen it work firsthand. It's excellent. So, quick question I have
So
for
just
you.
on that, so what
Oh,
am I
sorry.
doing? Am I waiting, or what am I doing?
I think
What do you want?
under consideration.
Okay.
It's a good suggestion.
I'll respect. I'll respect
I'm
that.
for
So,
it. I don't
so if we want to do it in the next meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine.
We can talk about
That's
it
fine.
next meeting.
Just a quick question on the special assessment for the water districts.
Yes.
How much time do we have to complete that?
There isn't per se a time.
Okay.
But we have to have we have to have 50% of the property
Right.
owners and 60% of the property valuation in those. And what's our percentage we're at now?
We were at, I didn't check today, we were at 30% as of
Yeah.
Friday. You know, the Utilities Committee and myself are working on some other strategies
I know.
to reach out.
I want to know what I can do to help, if there's anything I can do to help, because it's very important. I think it's a very critical project for some people in our town, and I think a lot of people might not understand the reason. Like, they think that if they sign this, it's for, they're signing themselves up. So I think if there's anything that I can do to help, information-wise, let me know, because I think it's very vital. You know, we might only have 10 or 20 people take advantage of it, but those 10 or 20 people are really going to appreciate this. You know, so I think it's something we need to do, and I don't think everyone completely understands it. So.
Well, it's just interesting because it overwhelmingly passed
Yeah.
by the voters in March.
Yeah.
So to then have people not understand what the,
No,
the process.
I agree. That's why I'm just trying
It's
to
unfortunate.
see if we can get it to move forward without having it die.
We initially communicated with Letter.
Yeah.
Which is really the only contact information we know we have for all the properties.
Right.
But I thought about it. I don't necessarily, I wait 4 to 6 weeks before opening my mail because I get everything that matters in electronic form. I almost never get anything in my mail. So, and it's funny because, right, a couple of, right, like,
That's foreign to
and
me.
like, so
Just
yeah,
saying.
so some people open it religiously every day. Other people, like a few of us, open it once every 6 weeks. So that's why we're trying a new tactic
Yeah.
where if somebody gets a Facebook message from Martha or myself, it is us. So we're going to try and do some more outreach to try and meet people where they're at. And then part of this is we're collecting the contact information to communicate on regular.
So Dan and I want to let you know that we still open the mail.
Yeah, there you go. And you know what? At least 30% of those people do and did send it back. So, but yeah, so we need to figure out how to reach people
but
like me who
it-
don't do it.
I just wanted to let you know if there's anything that I can do or the council can do, let us know, because it's a very important project, and I think the people that it will help and will impact, it'd be very beneficial for them to do this, and to have it fail just because people didn't understand it would be disappointing. So.
I'll also
Would it
say
be-
100% of the people
Yeah.
that we have spoken to one-on-one
Right.
have signed up,
Right.
have signed the card. Not signed up, have
Right.
signed the petition.
Correct.
Signing up has nothing to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
with
yeah.
signing the petition. Yeah. So
Would it be worth doing an event and like inviting these people to
She
the
did.
event to?
So
She had
we
an
did.
event.
I messed up a little bit. I had the wrong day of the week, but you know, I actually came down on the other days. So I came down on both days, the Mondays
Yeah.
and we had about I think 8 people show up to
Oh,
those
geez.
things.
Okay.
And they all signed the cards after.
Of course.
I had really great conversations.
Right.
So that's why I think
But
at
only
this
8
point,
people is not
Did
helpful.
you do those in the morning?
I did them in the morning, at night, and on a weekend. So I tried everything. But I really think that reaching out, that one-on-one contact is to spark that conversation, even to the people who did open the letter and go, I don't really know what this is.
Right.
I think it'll help. So if anybody's watching this or listening and got the letter and has questions, I'd love to sit down and chat.
So thinking about it, the special assessment districts are in a limited geography.
Yep.
Is there anything around that limited geography that we, like any kind of building or any kind of place we could do it where we're coming to them? Because if we do it general, kind of drawing people from the town, if it's a bunch of people and their neighbors and they get together and, we have one neighbor who's in favor of it and we all pile into his yard or something where it's very easy for them to.
Probably the general location would be Sunnycrest.
What's that?
It's High Range Road right now, right?
It's High Range Road, Old Nashua Road, most of Old Nashua, not all of it. A chunk of South Road and Parmenter Road.
Gotcha.
So it could be Sunnycrest, it could be South School, or it could be somebody who signed up for it already and really wants it to move forward and invites us over to their backyard with all their neighbors.
Yeah.
So we're the Utilities Committee and I are really open to anything at this point. So if anybody, my contact information's on the letter. So
Just wanted to
anybody
know if
reach
you
out
need
to me.
anything from me or the council, let us know, because I think it's very vital we not
And I
let
do
this
think
die.
we'll get there. That
Yeah.
was 30% with just the letter.
Yeah.
So if we put these other things into effect, I think it's very reasonable.
You need to
We'll
get
be
to
able
50?
50% of property owners.
Right.
And 65% of valuation.
Oh.
So there's a couple of people who own significant amounts of property in that district that I'll be reaching out to kind of individually on the phone to chat with and see if we can get them in there. But yeah, so Martha's working on it. There's some other utilities. The Utilities Committee has a list of people to reach out to anybody they know, and that's where we're at now. And, I'll let you guys know if there's anything else you can do.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, I'll open public comment.
Public comment.
Anybody?
Don't all rush.
Yeah.
Don't all rush. I don't like to go first, but I might be the only one.
Sandy, Mike?
Well, thank you for your patience.
Past my bedtime, that's for sure. Sandra Legue, 2 Fiddlers Ridge Road. I wrote down what's on here while I was sitting here. This is not pre-planned. I didn't discuss this. I'm not in collusion with anyone. These are my own genuine thoughts, but I wrote them down because I'm tired and I don't want to forget what I saw play out again tonight. So first on the strategic plan, from what I gathered and what I heard here, it was first brought to the council in 2025. Tonight, Councillor Coombs brought a major rewrite without a red line or a summary of changes and without emailing it to the council ahead of time. That's what I heard from home. This leads to a vote to delay adoption. I've never seen so many delays, tabling, waiting, needing to digest on any council ever before, on any committee, on anything I've ever been involved in or watched. Delays, tabling, waiting, needing to digest too much information, I need time. You're not doing the work needed to run the town in a timely and efficient manner, flat out. There's so much work to be done, and you only meet twice a month. Who votes against implementing a strategic plan? Who does that? We're suffering right now from the lack of strategic plan for the last 2 decades. In the library, in Fire Station 2, in the lack of comprehensive policies, a list as long as my left arm of policies that you guys have tabled, not acted on, no plan to put forward. It's not like they're tabled and they're coming up on the agenda. They're tabled to be squashed, as best I can tell. Again, you're not doing the work of the people, the work of the town. Speaking of policies, if I understood the citizen who spoke earlier, she might still be here. We don't know each other. We've spoken to her one time. There was a request to work on a communication with legal counsel policy. Apparently, she looked at the legal bills. Again, I'm home watching this on TV. I've spoke to no one. I'm colluding with no one. These are my own thoughts. The bills, apparently, this woman reviewed were from, I think you said November 2025 to March 2026, and the vast majority of the bills are from time spent with or on requests from the chair and the vice chair of this town council. In all fairness, I also heard Vice Chair Faber clarify that none of the bills from last month, which I assume he meant May, involved him. So both of those statements can be true. One does not negate the other. Most of the bills from November through March, the vast majority of them are bills that were spent on requests or time with the chair and the vice chair. And possibly May had none from Councillor Faber. So now tonight, Ron exclaims, I think I have a solution. And it was like it was a unique thought that you just had, like me and the things I'm writing here. And the solution is to have the chair and the vice chair form a subcommittee who gatekeeps requests going to legal. It's like the fox watching the henhouse, for crying out loud. You're the two who are driving the overage in, in my opinion, driving the overage, and you two want to be the gatekeepers. It's crazy. I think I said last time, it's weird, some of the things you guys do, and you don't think we're watching, and you don't think we know what it means. It's almost insulting. You receive input that a town council subcommittee that expends funds is not legal. Only the full council can expend funds. I don't know, I'm learning, I'm writing this stuff down as I'm hearing it. Again, talking to no one, colluding with no one. I don't belong to any faction in town. And then you go ahead and you approve it anyways. Something that you were told was not legal. I can't wait to follow that thread as it goes on. Councillor Faber, during the fire station presentation, you said, I agree with you, that the public should get to see how the money is being spent and have a voice and a vote on it regarding the fire station. Can we apply that logic to the legal expenditures? Why is it we want to be voter, we want to be transparent, we want to see things, when it's certain topics and then other things, it's all behind closed doors. You're $80,000 over budget, and from what I understand, there's 2 months of invoices to go. So this could reach $100,000. That's our money. That's my money. That's everybody's money at home. It's everybody's money that is no longer in this room. It's not your money. It's part yours because you're a citizen.
Sorry, time.
And I'll end with, since nobody else wants to speak, every request going to legal counsel should be known by the entire town council, and every reply back should be shared with all 5 councilors every single time. That's what the school board does. You're no different. You're not working for the people. You're not doing the work of the town. You're obviously spending a lot of time. You're spending a lot of your time, but you're doing it trying to catch each other doing something wrong, being nasty to each other. And you even passed tonight on working with, what was the name of that group?
Braver Angels.
Braver Angels.
Sandy, thank you. Appreciate it.
We're watching. There are elections. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for your patience.
Robin Stewart, 22 Mammoth. I don't know her, but she said exactly what I was thinking. It is like the fox watching the hen house. It's just, if you were going to do something like that, which I don't know why you thought that was a good idea, I would think you would take like you and Dan or Sean and Deb or Ted and somebody, rather than just have the same people who vote the same way all the time, and especially the two of you, which are the ones that talk to the attorneys the most together. So I don't see how that solves any of the issue. And I thought we had a new policy that was brought forth, which is what was tabled, which was why I brought the whole thing forward to begin with. Because I just spent all that time and I don't think anything was solved. I think the problem just got deeper. And that is our money. That's with all the other, not only the 80,000 that you've gone over in months that we don't have bills, and then you have investigations going here and investigations going there, and hiring new attorneys from different things, which we don't even get bills on. So I just think that you I say this all the time, you need to start remembering who you're representing, or that you should care about what goes on in this town, because it doesn't look like you do. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Jan Hoodalaw, 5 Stony Point Drive, Londonderry. I disagree with the comments that have just been said to the council. And it's only because this is not my first time working with town councils. Obviously, as the town manager said, there is a trust issue among you. There's obviously some collusion between a couple of the town manager and a couple of in the state. There's obviously hard feelings he has with others. I would like to see his evaluation include his communication, because as I sat there, he's brilliant. He's able to do things. I identify with him because a lot of what he's done in the strategic plan, I've done it myself. I've had staff do it. So he knows these things, and he knows how to run a meeting, but he needs to sometimes not show that and ask and speak it in a different direction. I think that would be his learning. My example is, I've been married 58 years, 59 in August 18th. My husband comes from, some of you know this because you know him, he always comes from his cup is half empty. So when you ask him a question or you're doing something, he comes from the negative, okay, on it, or he assumes I have the worst interest, or what I'm proposing we don't have the money for. He doesn't think I have thought this all out. And I come from mostly my cup is half full, that it's possible, it's just a problem to be solved, and there's multiple options. I think, town manager, you come from the cup's half empty sometimes when some people talk to you. And that's just my encouragement to you. And I've had to overcome it myself, okay? And you know Robert's rules, you know how a meeting should be organized. Sometimes Ron disappoints us in following through on that. So we need to show him a little more patience and show him the direction through respect, like asking you to please allow me to continue with having the floor. The next thing is that, I got to read my notes. Sometimes I can't read my own handwriting. There are times when you cannot share information. I know this from doing investigations. There are times when you cannot share it. And there's two people responsible. You're all equal as town councilors. But the chair and the vice chair have a certain responsibility. So there's certain things that happen that you can't share everything. And you have to have the responsibility to take it forward. So I know there's lots of things that come into play, and there's reasons why you have confidentiality. On the strategic plan, I agree with you, Ted. You never said that they were extensive changes. When I saw the strategic plan, I thought, it's too wordy. It could be worded down. But having written the documents, having experienced it with staff, that takes extra time, and you don't always have it. You know, it takes a lot of extra time to go through and wordsmith it. But so I applaud you, and may you be blessed for having gone through it to try to cut it down a little bit and say it more succinctly. I applaud the town manager for taking it on. He's totally comfortable in everything that's in there and his ability to make it happen. And I believe he can, okay? I absolutely believe he can. So kind of a little both with that. And I think I mentioned it to a couple of you that I thought that it was too wordy, but it was good. About the policies and some of the things that haven't gone through. When I went through what I've gone through so far, the town manager is taking on more responsibility, and there may be, and I'm saying maybe lightly, but it's really heavier. He wants to take on certain responsibilities and authorities, and he could handle, well, there's situations when it's not his job, when things are about him or about a certain person he has to deal with, you know, the vice chair has to step up. So a lot of his policies come from himself being able to handle this and just trust him and he'll make it happen. But that's not how it's supposed to be. You are our citizens' voice. The town council is the citizens' voice. And he's not supposed to carry all that responsibility. It's to go to you. In June, he knew that you were his authority and he was going to do what you asked him to do. And he was trying to get you to make some decisions and tell him, okay? But then something changed around October, November. I don't know why, but whether he decided you all couldn't work together and make it happen, and he stepped in. So a lot of the policies reflect him taking over that authority. And I could see why you wouldn't want to do it, because some probably don't match the RSAs. Because sometimes what he says, the RSA says, it comes from his understanding and how he's worked, but it may not exactly match the intent. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jane. You just flashed red, so thank you. Anyone else in public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I accept the.
Just one item I wanted clarification.
Okay.
Just as the majority of the legal bills, there's a distinction. The majority of the legal bills in no month were me and him. There's other people who interact with legal. The town manager interacts with legal. There's other aspects of that. So it's not, that's just not, I want to make sure that statement's clear, because that would totally make sense. If all of a sudden all the legal bills are us, that'd be a huge problem, because why would we be interacting with the lawyers that much? So I just wanted to clear that up, because we often just sit here, listen, and don't speak, and I thought that was an important thing to clear up. So thank you.
All right. I'll accept the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion from Ted. Second from Dan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair was the affirmative. Thank you all for your